У нас будет форум в форме, такой матрешечный форум. Будут у нас выступающие как из России, так и из Великобритании, из других стран. Используйте, пожалуйста, функцию чат-трансляции, чтобы задавать вопросы. Итак, если вам интересно, что такое Misis и почему мы проводим этот форум, и почему мы являемся стороной этой программы, мы сделали небольшое видео. Надеюсь, вам оно понравится. А для тех, у кого с русским не так уж хорошо, будут субтитры.
Misis – один из наиболее динамично развивающихся научно-образовательных центров страны. Здесь работают более 30 научно-исследовательских лабораторий, 3 инжиниринговых центра мирового уровня, 10 институтов и 6 филиалов. 2 из них за рубежом. А это лаборатория неорганические наноматериалы. Елизавета Пермякова несколько лет назад Лиза защитила кандидатскую диссертацию и немедленно...
Нет, все было не так. Я работаю в этой лаборатории 4 года. На данный момент мы написали проект на разработку средств индивидуальной защиты. Это, в частности, маски, которые будут применены, если повезет, для защиты нашего населения.
Девочка.
Я?
Да, ты. Как тебя зовут?
Женя.
Что ты здесь делаешь?
Я пришла с братом на день открытых дверей, он здесь учится.
Ну что ж, будешь помогать нам снимать.
Я не думаю, что кто-то из сотрудников нашей лаборатории ощущает какую-то дискриминацию или гендерное неравноправие. Мне кажется, все люди очень хорошо друг к другу относятся и открыты и доброжелательны. У нас подобран коллектив такой, что мы ставим в первую очередь какие-то научные задачи и как бы все концентрируемся на их решении. И когда у вас есть общая цель, уже не важно, кто ты, женщина, мужчина, главное идти к ее достижению. Конечно, все зависит от какой-то конкретной ситуации, и если люди сталкиваются с какими-то проблемами, они должны отстаивать свои интересы, потому что, конечно, пол не должен влиять на отношение к тебе как к ученому, на то, что ты представляешь собой. Мне кажется, важна объективность и то, что ты реально делаешь, и что этого стоит.
Ну, у меня в семье, в принципе, и мама, и папа, они закончили химический факультет МГУ. Я как-то всегда почему-то связывал науку с какой-то там романтикой, открытие чего-то нового, неизвестного. Мне было очень интересно. Я стал заведующим этой лаборатории, в общем, до сих пор пока им являюсь, собственно говоря, реализую здесь свои какие-то мысли, идеи, научные концепции. Гендерное равенство — это абсолютное равноправие всех юридических, этических, моральных норм, правил и взаимоотношений вне зависимости от там, роста, веса, пола, цвет глаз и тому подобное. Здесь, опять же, совершенно не важно, на мой взгляд, какой при этом пол у руководителя. Гораздо более определяет его стиль ведения общения, скажем так, его репутация, его как он общается с подчиненными, как он к ним относится. Но я никогда не задумывался, если честно, влияет ли мой пол на то, какую карьеру я построил.
Я начал заниматься наукой со 2-го курса, решил поступать в Misis. Меня тогда очень привлекало открывшееся направление наноматериалы. И в первый же день, я когда пришел, я увидел, сколько здесь молодых девушек, первокурсниц тоже. Научная группа уже изначально была сформирована, практически 50 на 50, было больше парней. На тот момент были работы весьма сложные, то есть это надо было прессовать, отжигать, то есть, кажется, слова такие более мужские, а на самом деле работали и девушки тоже. Стереотипные вот эти слова, которые кажутся более мужскими, они вполне могут быть применены и выполнимы хрупкими девушками. Поэтому, если человек действительно хорош в науке, он все равно тем или иным образом пробьется. Misis привлекателен для всех.
Я, собственно говоря, начал свое увлечение, скажем, техническими науками еще, наверное, со школы. Меня очень заинтересовали направления по органической химии, по аналитической химии, ну и, собственно говоря, понеслась. Пробовал на химфак, пробовал на ФНМ в МГУ, но как-то в Мисис получилось лучше. В итоге первый год выпуск группы наноматериалов по Мисис по Москве и, собственно говоря, дальше аспирантура, 2018 год, кандидат технических наук. Направление кафедры – это материаловедение широкого профиля. Самая большая кафедра в Мисис по статистике последних, наверное, 5 лет точно.
Я, получается, закончила технический лицей Нины Афанасьевны Алексеевны в 13 лет, то есть экстерном за 6 лет. Далее поступила в Мисис на бакалавриат, как раз-таки на нашу кафедру функциональных наносистем и высокотемпературных материалов. Была самая юная студентка. Заниматься наукой стала на 3-м курсе, как раз-таки я уехала во Францию, в высшую школу материаловедения. Год там стажировалась, приехала обратно и начала как раз-таки заниматься наукой. Я считаю себя технарем, инженером, просто себя осознаю ученым, так как мы здесь все на равных, и неважно, вы девушка или молодой человек. Главное быть хорошим специалистом, я считаю. А какой пол у тебя, это совершенно не важно.
Из знакомых мне коллективов, академических коллективов, в большинстве все-таки руководят мужчины. Но есть и представители, примеры яркие, когда женская рука ведет коллектив к успеху. Мне очень хотелось поддержать эту научную школу и помочь ей развиваться. Научная школа основана академиком Андреем Анатольевичем Бочваром, чьим именем назван институт академический, который занимается материалами для атомной энергетики.
А можно мне задать вопрос? Чем вы здесь занимаетесь?
Мы разрабатываем новые материалы. В первую очередь легкие и прочные. Новые сплавы и микроструктуру, которую мы изучаем при помощи сканирующего электронного микроскопа, они бывают даже очень красивые.
Ну, на самом деле, все началось, наверное, с того, что я родился в городе Череповец, который является металлургической столицей Российской Федерации. И мне кажется, вот эта вот история, то, что вот именно металлургический комбинат, вся моя семья, по сути, металлурги, и как-то предопределила мою дальнейшую историю. Вот это вот погружение в науку, возможность участия, непосредственно вовлеченность в науку. И вот чем больше ты погружаешься в науку, тем она становится интереснее. Даже несмотря на то, что у университета вроде бы металлургическая история, и кажется, что металлург в основном это мужчина, то вот если смотреть именно в нашем контексте, женщина абсолютно имеет такие же права, как и мужчина. Без женщины в металлургии невозможно. У меня очень много металлургических таких вот больших проектов, тяжелых. Ну, то есть вот здесь вот девчонка, ну, тяжеловато ей будет, поэтому я говорю, пацаны, вы мне нужны здесь, а девчонок мы уже потом как бы позовем на аналитику. Здесь ребятам вот, ну, вот уже так сложновато, то есть там с микроскопчиком посидеть там не раскроется, то есть ему будет тяжеловато. А девчонка, наоборот, она может настолько сильно поднатаскаться здесь, что она прям уйдет отсюда супер спецом. Но если мы будем создавать некий микс в команде, то наоборот только будет усиливать получаемый результат и давать более комплексный подход в части проведения исследований.
В этой точке я оказался очень просто. Я закончил Томский политехнический университет уже очень давно. Потом аспирантура, кандидатская, докторская диссертация в Томске. Потом я в 2011 году уезжал за границу. И в 2017 году я вернулся в Россию, вернулся в Мисис. И с тех пор здесь работаю. Мы занимаемся проектами научными в области катализа и в области аддитивных технологий. Мисис, конечно, в исключительном положении, потому что у нас ректор женщина. Я думаю, что в российской науке, которая достаточно консервативна, вряд ли произошли какие-то сдвиги в области гендерного равенства. Поэтому, к сожалению, в российской науке все еще женщин очень мало.
Гендерное равноправие – это линейная этическая парадигма, в рамках которой никто не задумывается о том, какого пола его собеседник, коллега или руководитель. Это возможность быть профессионалом и не ощущать никаких искусственных барьеров. Это уверенность в том, что наши компетенции, мысли и достижения будут услышаны. Это наш университет, Женя. Приглашаю вас в мир Мисис.
Я приду.
Прекрасным примером академического лидерства. В 2012 году она стала первым проректором, в 2013 году Aleftina Anatolievna, you have the floor. Thanks, Alan. I'm very happy that Misis brings us together in this first forum, Gender Parity in Academic Leadership. We've been able to organize it as part of the Russia-UK University Alliance with support of the British Embassy in Moscow. Because of the epidemiological situation, very unfortunately, we cannot see one another in person. But digital technology has its advantages. We don't see any borders anymore between universities, cities, countries, and give us the opportunity to continue working together. A university means academic environment, means the atmosphere of free academic investigation. There is autonomy and academic freedom. Misis is a world-class, dynamically developing research and education center. We have 10 colleges, 6 branches. We have 4 branches in Russia and 2 abroad. And all of them are co-located with our key business partners. Misis today means more than 20,000 students and more than 4,000 employees, analysts, methodologists, researchers, and faculty. And over 1,000 have scientists with a PhD or a doctorate habilitat. The world has a lot of ratings to assess the effectiveness of research and education, and we are part of top 50 QS engineerings in mineral and mining, part of top 100 ARWU metallurgical engineering, and we have entered the 101 plus QS material science rating. And we are the best Russian university on material science. We have overall 428th place in the QS World University Rankings. Of course, this is important to us, but ranking is a snapshot of how a university performs. What is more important to us is long-term and unstoppable transformation of all parts of what we do. Misis is a well-recognized research university, which is a good assessment of the performance of the entire team. And that became possible thanks to advice and recommendations of our International Academic Council. And one of the members of the council is, in fact, one of the speakers of today's forum, Lindsay Greer, a great professor, a great researcher, and a great educational worker. And I'd like to thank you, Lindsay, and everyone else for this great contribution. We are completing the 500 program as one of the leaders of this academic performance enhancement program. Our researchers have made sure they've chosen the most relevant issues. That includes mining, metallurgy, material science, quantum communication, green technology, biomedicine, and others. Research, including basic research, is very important to Misis. Every year, we open new laboratories and new educational centers under laboratories. All these centers are headed by world-class scientists, which win that status in international open contests. Just several names there. Alexei Ustinov is a world-class expert on superconductivity. With him, Misis created the first Russian prototype of a quantum computer. Igor Abrikosov. Professor Abrikosov is a world-class expert on theoretical physics and the modeling of most complicated physical and chemical processes using a supercomputer enables them to develop new materials. Professor Akihisa Inoue, our Japanese professor, is a pioneer in volumetric metallic glasses, and his H index, just look at it, 128. And it is important to me that my undergraduates and master students have the opportunity to learn directly from such experts. And what about the female representation? Let's look at several names here. Svetlana Epstein. Professor Epstein is the head of the Laboratory of Physical Chemistry of Coals. She is a great practitioner, an expert on the composition and properties of coals. She is head of the standardization committee on coals in the Russian Agency for Standards. She has taught a lot of people who currently hold doctorates and habilitats. Alexandra Kwan, she came back to Russia from Germany, created her own research team, and right now she is head of the Thermochemistry of Materials Science and Research Center. She is chairperson of the Russian representation in the material science community of scientists. And in several days, she will defend her Dr. Habilitat thesis and hopefully will become a Dr. Habilitat. And now, let's look at very young ladies who work here. Inna Buligina, second-year students of the IPHD program Biomaterials. She is a master student and she's already written several papers to the first quartile journals, and she is author of several patents. Elizaveta Permякova, she is our postgraduate student and researcher at the Laboratory of Inorganic Nanomaterials. She is best graduate of Moscow 2020 among undergraduates. And these names are just a few of a huge number of ladies who make their careers here. It is also important to us that we become the first research base for young scientists. Over 150 students work in the laboratories, and 6 leading laboratories and centers, world-class centers, are headed by scientists under 35. Alexandra Huan is one of them. The other 5 are young men, but that doesn't matter. and we have more and more papers that have been published in the huge impact factor journals. Over the time, we've been participating in the performance enhancement program. We have been publishing 10 times more papers than before, and our citation index is now 25 times more than before, which means that we're not just publishing, we're publishing good material. Of course, any university is only as good as its people, and it is also important to us which high school students we're going to get. And we make sure that the students who want to become undergraduates here, they are well equipped with knowledge and well motivated to become metallurgy engineers, to become computer engineers, to become material science experts, and so on. Knowing what materials are about, learning languages, and we learn languages together with Cambridge University, and knowing the nature physics will give them the right foundation for a successful career afterwards, wherever they go. Between 2012 and now, and 2012 was the last year before the academic enhancement program, we had an average score at the admission of 67.5 out of 100. In 2020, we've had 88.4 out of 100. And today, this university is Russian 4th technological university on that score. We have students from all 55 regions of Russia and from 84 countries. About 25% of the student population is international. And we're trying to make them feel at home, to make them feel comfortable enough to concentrate on their studies. And that includes caring about cultures, caring about diversity. And this is why we conduct various days of nationalities where we ask students from a particular country to share the things about their culture, including the gender situation. If you look at our first year students, the student population is 67% male and 33% female. And if you look at the total student population, you would see more or less the same proportion. But if you look at the Moscow campus, it is 60 by 40 rather than 67 by 33. Our educational model is underlined by integration of education and science. We provide basic education with project-oriented approach. Irrespectively of the gender, and I think you've learned as much from the video, work in laboratories, participate in research teams, and become part of solutions for very realistic and urgent business cases prepared by our researchers together with business partners. A key tool to personify the educational course is our individualization program. This world is creating conditions that favor people with individualized, personalized educational track. And you can do that, you can make the right solutions for the right student only if you are gender blind. We create individual educational tracks and trajectories with due account for the future career. Now, let's look at our faculty. Let's look at people who make all this happen. The current gender breakdown is 58% male, 42% female. If you look at the leadership, this will not be a favorable proportion to women. 66% of the rectorate, these are college directors, branch directors, vice rectors, and so on, are males. Only 34% of the rectorate are females, but every name is a star. I will just give you several names. We've talked already about the academic enhancement program. So between 2013 and 2020, Irina Evsikova has been our project management office director. With her great experience from business companies, she came to the university and created very effective and efficient business processes. And in fact, a lot of those business processes were recognized as the best across the program. Maria Baranova is responsible for the admission committee and for the professional career tracking. It's her team that stands between questions and answers of their high school students, of their parents, and of the undergraduates. This year, just like everyone, we had to organize our admission campaign online, and it was pretty easy to do because several years ago, Maria and her team started doing that digitally, so we were future-proof. To give a child a profession, to make an adult out of a child in research, in science, a lot of faculty is involved, and this cannot happen without faculty, but this is not enough. And we opened in 2014 our career center, and the director of this career center is Natalia Maximova, another business lady who is currently very well coordinated with the academic environment. We have 1,645 business partners across the world, and we know them pretty well because we either have a scholarships program or a grant program or a joint business project or a research project for them. Natalia creates volunteering programs for freshmen and for senior undergraduates. And thanks to her, our students to business partners collaboration index under the QS institutional rating has always been between 95 and 98 out of 100. Every year, a team led by Natalia holds around 100 career events across the university. And of course, Elena Bazanova deserves a specific introduction. Elena Bazanova is Academic Writing Center Director. We created the center in 2015 to develop the professional competencies, including the competence of sharing the research results, of making ourselves understood and heard in the world. And I would say that between 2015 and now, the performance of the Academic Writing Center has not just been brilliant, I mean, on any front. She has created a lot of fans and a lot of volunteers who help her in every endeavor, and this forum is her endeavor too. Elena is very good setting the bar a little higher every time she does something. We create the creativity environment and creating a human-centered environment around everyone, where faculty and students get the opportunities as professionals and as personalities. Dear participants, dear colleagues, of course, this topic is, well, I would not say it is important. It is becoming more and more important across the world. A university is a very specific type of a world, and I think there are a lot of other topics that would be interesting in the future. We're open for partnerships, we're open for collaborations, and when the epidemiological situations becomes better, we will welcome you at Misis. Looking forward to that. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Алевтина Анатольевна, для вашего выступления сегодня. Очень благодарю, потому что я знаю, что вот это время...
Thanks for your speech today. I understand that you are so very busy between now and the new year that I'd like to thank you for that.
Opening our forum here today, because of course, with all the pressure coming up to New Year, and of course, over in the UK, it's coming up to Christmas time, or in Scotland, Hogmanay. And of course, we are now going to cross land and sea to another remarkable leader who has been a shining light for gender equality in academia and not just. She is an Oxford graduate who gained her doctorate of philosophy in Oxford in older Scots literature. She was a pro Vice Chancellor for Personnel and Equality in 2009 at Oxford, and in 2011 became the pro Vice Chancellor for Education. She is now the 11th, since 2016, the 11th Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of St Andrews in Scotland. And this year she accepted an invitation to extend her contract by 5 years. Our topic today is academic leadership a level playing field, or is there a gender bias? I am delighted and honoured to welcome to our forum today, and Misis and Moscow, Professor Sally Mapstone.
Well, good afternoon to everyone in the Russia Federation, and good morning to those of you who are like me in the United Kingdom. It is a privilege today to speak after Rector Chernikova, who sets such an inspiring example as a role model, and to hear about the strategic vision for Misis, including the important gender diversity agenda. It's also a pleasure to be able to share my reflections on the theme of this conference, gender parity in academic leadership, and to provide my response to the question I've been set: is academic leadership a level playing field, or is there a gender bias? So I hope to make several points which will set the stage for later discussion, while also indicating some of my personal reasons for my views. So that last point is worth dwelling on briefly. For any woman in academic leadership, this is still a personal matter. To mix metaphors, we are still on the journey towards the level playing field, though it is in view. I want to make two other early points to encourage debate on this matter. Firstly, after the events and debates of the past 6 months, there will be those who will ask why this forum is focusing on gender. Have not the killing of George Floyd and the resurgence of the Black Lives Matter movement shown us that race and ethnicity are more pressing matters? And my response to that is that gender parity and race parity are not in competition with each other. The discussion of each has its place, and we can learn from our experiences of dealing with each of them. Gender parity continues to be a crucial issue in academia and academic leadership, and of course, it can often intersect too with questions of race. Indeed, what discussions of gender and ethnic representation in the academy can tell us is often a very simple thing. If, because you don't value a section of our society sufficiently to ensure that they are well represented in your institution, you are missing out on a terrific resource. You are not maximizing the potential of your institution, as the rector was just discussing, and you may be holding back the emergence and development of the people who have the capacity to change your institution for the better. But such misperceptions can be so deeply held that they become almost ideological. So part of my own personal story is that I was educated at first degree level, as Alan mentioned, at one of the first Oxford colleges to change its statutes in the mid-1970s and admit women. For 400 years, it had previously admitted only men. Then with 4 other colleges in Oxford, it took the plunge and let women in. Over a few years, it quite rapidly moved to equal numbers of male and female undergraduates and graduates. It was a happy place and, by Oxford standards, one of its more radical and left-wing establishments. But at the fellowship level, the academics who ran the college, of whom there were about 40, in its first 10 years, it elected precisely 1 woman. It appeared to be very hesitant about having women in its permanent academic leadership while being entirely content to throughput them in quantities as students. I used to dine quite regularly at my old college in the 1980s, as I was again in Oxford, but attached to a different college. I had dining rights on what is called the high table at my old college, the place where the fellows of the college dined. So I regularly ate with the male fellows as one of the few women present. Finding myself sitting next to one of the more senior fellows, whom I'd known for a number of years, I mentioned the paucity of women on the fellowship. Quite seriously and reflectively, he looked around at the dining table, at which there were seated approximately 37 men and 3 scattered women, and he said to me, "You see, I would be quite concerned if the fellowship was swamped with women." So I looked around too, and I said to him that it was unlikely, and at the present rate of recruitment, it would be a century or so before that even started to become an issue. Now that college, I'm pleased to say, has changed its view now and its recruitment rate at fellowship level. Why is that? At one level, over the years, more able women have come through the system, have competed and have been successful, and they have encouraged and brought on others. And more broadly, over that 30 to 40 year period, attitudes to gender equality have substantially changed. But concern about swamping still lurks, and it remains, I would say, and it is featuring, I would also say now, in some of the arguments in relation to race, where the appearance, even the prevalence of BAME people in contexts where they have not been so visible before, causes concerns about what is often referred to as balance. We really need to get over this. Liberal democracies value variety and difference, don't they? Now, I've said a bit about some of my background on this subject, and I want to say a little bit now about the institution that I currently lead. The University of St Andrews is Scotland's oldest university, founded in 1413, and the 3rd oldest university in the English-speaking world. Whilst we are a relatively small institution of circa 10,000 students and 3,000 staff, we compete at the highest levels, both nationally and internationally, ranking within the world top 100 universities and the top 3 institutions in domestic league tables almost without fail. The strength of our university derives in part from the international partnerships we sustain in every area of our operations, including with Russian institutions. And I was so pleased to visit Russia in November 2019 as part of a British Council delegation seeking to develop relationships between Russian and British universities. One of the other members of that delegation, Carol Mundell, is also speaking at this conference. This internationality is also inherent in the University of St Andrews student and staff populations, which represent 142 different countries and include, I'm pleased to say, 50 students and 10 staff members from the Russian Federation. All old institutions carry with them a history which is both splendid and challenging. But history can also set precedents which need to be challenged and on occasion appropriated and made resonant in one's community. I think in particular of Elizabeth Garrett, the first woman to matriculate at our university in 1862, where she sought to read medicine, but who was later expelled by the Senatus Academicus. Elizabeth Garrett obtained her medical training at the University of Paris instead, became the first woman to qualify as a physician and surgeon in Britain, and had a trailblazing career, co-founding a hospital and serving as the first female dean of a UK medical school. A slightly later generation of St Andrews colleagues realised the error of their ways during Garrett's lengthy lifetime, and she was invited to the university's 500th anniversary celebrations in 1911 as a guest of honour. Now, recognising and learning from our past allows us to realise a more progressive present. Today, our student population, it makes an interesting comparison with Misis, is 58% female to 42% male, a ratio which would have been unimaginable to Elizabeth Garrett. And in 2016, fairly soon after I had arrived at St Andrews as principal, I founded the Elizabeth Garrett Mentoring Programme at the university, which is designed specifically to support mid-career academic women who aspire to leadership roles, to develop their capacities and capabilities and achieve progression. The programme is necessary because women continue at St Andrews to be underrepresented at senior levels and overrepresented at lower grades. I am a huge believer in mentoring. I've engaged in it throughout my career, and I believe it broadens the horizons of both the mentor and the mentee. In naming our programme, the Elizabeth Garrett Programme, I was also deliberately looking back to an episode in our history that I've mentioned, which we must not forget, but recasting Elizabeth Garrett's name in a far more positive context. The name Elizabeth Garrett now has a deeper and different resonance in our history, and over time will become strongly associated with female achievement. Something else that I found when I arrived at St Andrews was that, as is often the case in the academic sector, we also have a gender pay gap, again, largely as a result of the underrepresentation of women at more senior levels. How we are addressing this is by making it visible and public, and by making clear what steps we are taking to address it. Early on in my tenure, I appointed the university's first assistant vice principal for diversity in my senior team, whose role is to spearhead the promulgation of diversity across our institution. In my view, the institutional commitment to diversity has to be prominent to everyone, so I lead on the university's diverse St Andrews strategic theme in conjunction with our assistant vice principal. We then established a gender pay working group, and we have extensively reformed our recruitment and promotions practices. It is our belief at St Andrews that meaningful social progress requires community-wide buy-in, as a result of which we publish a suite of statistics and analyses of our equality and diversity data across numerous protected characteristics on our university website. These aren't always flattering to the institution, but they begin a conversation, involve our staff and students, and elucidate the progressive steps we are taking in the short to long term. However, they also show that our series of deliberate interventions over the past 4 years have started to make a difference, particularly in our promotions practices. In the year 2014-15, the year before I arrived, the promotions success rate favoured men with a substantial gap of 17%. Our reformed promotions processes mean that women now have had higher promotion success rates than men for the past 4 years, redressing gender imbalances at senior levels across the institution and decreasing the pay gap as a result. As I've indicated to you, before I came to the University of St Andrews, my career was dominantly spent at the University of Oxford, where before I moved on, I had risen to the role of Pro-Vice-Chancellor, first for Personnel and Equality, and then for Education at the university. Making that path was a lonely business, but I was sustained for many years by the fact that the college I was attached to in Oxford was, as it happened, and this was accident rather than design, the last Oxford college for women, only until 2008, for women only until 2008, when it admitted men. So let me be clear on this. As an undergraduate, I went to one of the first Oxford colleges to admit women. As an academic fellow, I became attached to the last Oxford college to admit men. In Oxford, many academics lead a dual life and have two contracts. They work both for the university and for a college with different degrees of involvement. That was what happened to me, although the last 10 years of my career was spent working almost exclusively for the university. Before that, when I was a fellow of St Hilda's College, the College for Women, I was for many years part of an institution for women and run by women. This was very, very influential on me as I saw what could happen when women were in charge of an institution. And one thing that I hugely valued was how it enabled women to fulfill their potential. I was a fellow in English at St Hilda's, and for a number of years in the 1990s, our students got more first-class degrees in the subject than students at any other college, and all our students were women. It was entirely clear to me that these women were excelling because they saw other women doing so, and they realized that they could emulate them and do as well. They fulfilled, sometimes they even exceeded their potential. That has not left me as an advocate of single-sex education, but it has left me as a very strong advocate for using role models and mentoring, and making decisive interventions that show an institution that it believes in the value of change and everyone fulfilling their potential. The consciousness raising I engaged with at Oxford was replicated at other UK institutions towards the end of the 20th century and in the first 2 decades of our present one, to the extent that, in answer to the question posed today, I do believe, as I've indicated, that academic leadership is now a more level playing field at UK institutions. That does not mean that there are an equal number of women vice-chancellors as men, for example. The split is about 26% to 74% respectively, so a strong imbalance remains. However, the beliefs of 50 years ago, which argue that women were not capable of such positions or that they were not entitled to them, have been thoroughly dismantled. Such a claim is evident in St Andrews, both through our recent history and the current composition of the leadership team. Professor Louise Richardson was appointed the first female Vice-Chancellor of the University of St Andrews in 2009. I was appointed in 2016, meaning that St Andrews has now been led by a woman for over a decade. My deputy is also a woman, and together we lead an executive team known as the Principal's Office, a group of 10 people, including us, who manage every part of the institution, and 6 of those are women. In my view, our ongoing activities concerning gender and academic leadership must address 2 functions: continuation, the perpetuation and development of programs to foster female leadership, and consolidation, the reinforcement of the capacity for women to hold these positions. Sector-wide initiatives have achieved similar success, and notable in this area in the UK is the Athena Swan Charter Programme, now run by Advance HE. This is an awards programme which recognises and celebrates good practice towards the achievement of gender equality. Gaining Athena Swan accreditation is a rigorous process, and the Charter is successful because gaining an award at any level, bronze, silver or gold, requires an institution and its schools to look seriously at their workplace cultures. This can make for uncomfortable viewing, but that is precisely the point. In 2011, the then UK Chief Medical Officer, Professor Dame Sally Davies, expressed concern that medical schools were not adequately supporting women into leadership roles, as a result of which she made the attainment of research funding from the National Institute for Health Research contingent upon the attainment of a silver award in the Athena Swan Charter for Women in Science, a game-changing incentive that brought about sector-wide participation. This requirement ended in 2020, which in my view is regrettable, but Athena Swan has established itself as a sector best practice, and we must hope that institutions take it upon themselves to progress the equality agenda without financial incentive. Alongside continuing such programs, women must consolidate the fact that their competencies are equal to men's and that they can thrive in leadership roles. This feels like a simple point to make, but it bears repeating because some attitudes do prevail into this century, which remain uncomfortable with the notion of a woman in charge, and the best way to defeat those is by example. One of the things we must remain conscious of when providing role models is the difficult balance that some women are expected to maintain between running a domestic sphere and excelling in a professional one. The result of this dichotomy is that some women self-select out of progression to senior levels because they believe senior roles to be incompatible with their domestic life, or alternatively, that they underperform and do not reach senior levels because of the demands of their home life, which prevent them from advancing. One of the potential positives of the pandemic is that it has delivered us the incentive and resources to address this issue, as we've all been made to assess where, how, and at what times we work. The possibilities are potentially promising for gender equality in that they move flexible working practices to the mainstream and enable people to work in ways and at times which are best for them. For women leaders who, for example, may need to pick their children up from school on some days, but who can make up the time in the evenings, the potential for home working and the revolution in digital literacy could initiate a sea change in the career possibilities open to them. Gender equality is not the only area which will benefit from these change working practices, nor which deserves our continued attention. The good news, however, is that opportunities for women have made enormous progress, and that the lessons which we have learned in the advancement of women can be applied to other groups which are discriminated against, such as LGBT+ people or people from ethnic minority backgrounds. In consolidating the successes we've made thus far, continuing them and applying our discoveries to other social causes, our institutions will become more diverse and inclusive places. And it is my belief, with evidence to support, that diverse organizations work smarter, encourage innovation, and maximize the creativity that is fundamental to academic excellence. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very, very much for your presentation. Massively interesting and great to hear a voice from Scotland, even though it is by way of West London and Oxford. A couple of questions for you already. I know you're pushed for time, but we have a couple of interesting ones for you. One, especially related to the world we live in at the moment. Vladimir Chubaryov from Sechenov University has asked, what is the possible impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and its consequences on gender inequality, Professor Mapson?
Thank you, Vladimir. I think it's a really important question, and it has a number of implications. It has implications for the pipeline of successful women coming through. We must make sure that students who are having to access education online do not, because of digital poverty, find that their education is inhibited in a way that makes it difficult for them to achieve academically and become part of that pipeline that feeds through into higher levels of academia. So that is one point. We need to be absolutely sure that we make our digital learning as available as possible and put resource into ensuring that that happens. As I've indicated just now in my closing remarks, I think that there is potential in the fact that we now are making our workplace much more diverse by the ways in which we work and allowing more flexibility. I think there is real potential there for gender equality, but we also have to make sure that we do not just equate the capacity with being able to work at home as something that is automatically beneficial to women. I have many women working for me at the university who've been working at home for the past 6 to 9 months and who've also been having to homeschool their children. And for those women, the caring responsibilities have really fallen intensely upon them. And working from home has not necessarily been the sort of panacea to flexible working that we might imagine it would be. So we really need to think about flexible working and home working in the round. We need to trust each other to work when we say we can work at different times of the day. And we need to be prepared to prioritize gender equality and diversity when we think about how we organize and structure our working lives as we come out of the pandemic.
I hope that, Vladimir, you're happy with that answer, because it was very complete, and I think it's very actual that we all have to live in this world and how we're going to get better. And again, sitting at home is not going to change the world that much. A final question, Professor Mapstone, from Yevgenia Kretova from the Moscow State University. And because you've been involved, or you were involved with the Elizabeth Garrett mentoring program for women, I think this is why she's asking this one. What are the most successful cases that have been carried out to reach gender parity? And is it possible to repeat them? I guess she's asking, can we, say, replicate it in Russia, for example?
I think, thank you, Yevgenia, a terrific question. Of course, you can replicate it in Russia. The great thing about mentoring is that it takes essentially two like-minded people. You need a mentor and you need a mentee. Anybody who would like to know more about our program is very welcome to get in touch with me. But essentially, what it involves is a group of senior people who may be men and who may be women, who are prepared to give a year's worth of mentoring engagement with women in mid-level academic roles. And what that mentoring involves is, it's not giving advice, it's actually the mentor encourages the mentee to talk through their life and career choices, to set out the obstacles and the opportunities that they see lying before them, and to hear themselves talking about them, to have some special time in which they can engage with a rather more senior person who encourages them to look at their options, think them through, and think about what will work best for them. I've mentored a series of women across my career. Some of them have gone on to be absolutely brilliant researchers. Some of them have gone on into senior team management roles. Some of them have changed their jobs because they've realized that they wanted to move into a different walk of life. But for all of them, their options have been opened up by the experience of mentoring, which is really like the opportunity to hold a mirror up to yourself, or have somebody else hold a mirror up to you, and then talk that through. We don't always get those opportunities in our lives, but it is really beneficial if institutions create them, in that they enable you to look at your life choices and think about what direction you want to go in a way that is safe, supportive, but also remarkably challenging and stimulating. Anybody can run a mentoring scheme anywhere in the world if they're sufficiently well motivated to do so.
Very much for that, and we'd like to wish yourself, your family, and your team in St. Andrews a very, very happy Christmas and Happy New Year, especially Lewis and Shona, who are brilliant in helping coordinate us together, so to make your life and my life easier as well. Thank you so much.
That's very kind. Thank you. Spasibo. Do svidaniya.
Okay, and next we're going to go a little bit further south in the UK to a friend of Misis. He is a graduate of Cambridge. He got his MA and his PhD both at Cambridge University. He then was an assistant professor of physics at Harvard University before returning to Cambridge. He has held visiting positions in a number of different massively important institutions, including at Grenoble. And of course, as I said, he's a very good friend of ours here at the National University of Science and Technology, Misis. He has published 2 books, more than 10 book chapters, and more than 350 academic and science papers. We're delighted to welcome to address the issue of gender parity today, Professor Lindsay Greer.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I must say it's a great honour to participate in this forum and a great pleasure to visit, in a way, Moscow and Misis, even if the visit is by Zoom. I will put up some slides and let's see if this works. Hopefully the slides are on screen now. So I'm going to present a case study as I have described it from a small department. So we will be looking at this from a rather personal point of view of my experiences in the physical sciences, looking at the generation of female leaders in that context within a relatively small department, which I was head of for some time, and then in the broader context of the School of Physical Sciences at Cambridge, which of course is a research-intensive university, and that school has some 8 departments in it. Here they are. And these are disciplines in which one may worry a little bit about the recruitment of women. And I'm going to say a bit about each of them from the school context. I was effectively dean of the school, but the department I've highlighted there in the yellow tone is my own department, materials, and that would be the principal focus of what I will talk about. Now, we hear a lot about a leaky pipeline for women in academia. The 2 people in this picture drawn big are wearing ties, which presumably symbolizes that they're meant to be men. And this cartoon is in the context of some people feeling that one shouldn't really push women in at the entry end if so few can make it through to the high-end exit, as shown in this picture. In the physical sciences, though, we don't even have that. We may worry about getting enough women in the first place. But I want to consider this as a complete system. Our focus is on generating academic leaders, but where are those leaders going to come from? And I'm going to take that to be the level of undergraduate for this story. So here in a place like Cambridge, we could look at the sciences, both biological and physical, and the darker blue band at the bottom shows the percentage of females, and you'll see it sits around 40%, and that over the years it's rather static. That's going to be a theme that some parts of the gender parity problem are not just serious, they're also persistent. I would say that not everything is persistent, and I'll give you an example with something which was a surprise. It's outside the gender area. So here we are looking rather parochially at the number of students choosing material science at Cambridge. They do that once they're already in the university. And the starting portion of the graph, you'll see a rather low flat portion sloping downwards. And if you took a ruler to that and drew a straight line, you would be extrapolating, if you like, to predict what the number of students would be in, let's say, 2020, where we are now, or a bit beyond. And you'll see it's heading towards 0, which would be disastrous for the department. In that period of student number decline, the staff worked very hard to make things better teaching, we hope better advertising for the subject, but evidently to no real effect. And then, as you can see, around 2010, something happened. And the absolute truth is, despite all our efforts, we don't know what that change was. And it wasn't just seen in Cambridge, it was a move towards more people choosing the physical sciences in general and seen across the country. So there are examples of things which can show step changes, but I'm afraid that the issue of gender balance is rarely one of them. It tends to be rather persistent. So let me go back to that previous slide. We're dealing with an input level of 40% undergraduates. What is going to affect their choices will, of course, depend on the subject and how it is perceived. And material science grew out of traditional metallurgy. And the picture on the screen shows you the typical view: steel mill, essentially the materials that you need for battleships, that sort of thing. But of course, that subject has evolved into a broader material science. Here we have gallium nitride lighting, and into the medical domain. This is a nice little device involving clever catalysis to generate oxygen for wound healing, and it's fantastically successful for that. Those three things on screen are all areas from our so-called impact case studies for Research Excellence Framework. And I should just let you know that we shouldn't get too far into our gender stereotypes, because one of our most prominent female professors actually works on the metals, and it's one of our most prominent male professors who works on the wound healing. But overall, you can see a flavor of the subject changing and thereby attracting a broader fraction of interest. And I wanted to remark at this point about Misis, which I know well from serving on its International Science Advisory Committee. This is, of course, the very transition that Misis has been going through from a traditional metallurgical focus into a much, much broader focus of service to a much broader range of society. Back to the School of Physical Sciences, and this is just to show you how desperate the problem is for gender parity in these types of disciplines, which, by the way, do not include engineering, although material science and metallurgy could be regarded as partly an engineering subject in the list. You will see that the two mathematics departments have only 8% female professors. Indeed, the pure mathematics department has some 24 professors, not a single woman. The applied mathematics department is doing really rather well in building up its percentage of females, and a recent recruit is an absolutely stellar woman, originally from Romania, and that provides an interesting tale. That she told me that back in Romania, this is before the fall of the Iron Curtain, there was simply no issue about men and women in mathematics. It was gender blind, equal numbers, all the rest. And she didn't understand there was any issue at all until going to do her doctorate in the Netherlands, where she found that Dutch mathematics was perhaps even more gender unbalanced than UK mathematics. And it was a mystery that a woman would do it. So there's a lot of work to be done there. Sally Mapstone mentioned the Athena Swan Charter, a very good thing in promoting the experience of women in the academic system, making things better, putting efforts in on recruitment and in many, many other ways. It would be said that if you were assessing effort made, the mathematics departments in Cambridge score extremely highly, but they're still having enormous trouble getting that number up. Astronomy, rather closely related to the mathematics situation, very low number of female professors. Physics, also a low percentage in this list, but actually looking at their pipeline coming through, I can see that that number will be about to change rather dramatically. The next ones we could look at would be chemistry and earth sciences, doing a bit better. Looking at the right-hand column on my table, I can ask for these departments, which have existed for some 100 or in some cases 150 years, have they ever had a female head of department? And for the ones shown so far, the answer is no, they haven't. Geography is perhaps an outlier in this list. It includes a large part of social sciences, so you can expect a higher female percentage, and it did once have a very distinguished female head of department. I come finally to my own department, which is its origins in steel and things like that. Our current percentage is 37.5% female professors, and we have our first, finally, after 100 years, our first female head of department just this year. You might ask, is there anything particular about the subject of materials? So I'll just show this set of numbers from a couple of years ago. 38% overall female faculty in Cambridge in the materials department, compared with somewhat lower numbers at Oxford Imperial, also very research intensive places. But in general, not looking as low remotely as you might have found, say, in mathematics. I want to emphasize the point about research intensity. This shows Cambridge departments in the School of Physical Sciences in the last ref, and I'll pick out two numbers. The number 34 is the number of staff entered by the materials department, and you can see in that column of the table that whatever you think of 34 as a small or a large number, it is the smallest number in that column, so we do feel ourselves to be a small department. The box, the red box in the right-hand column, is what in this assessment exercise is called the grade point average, and that is a very high number. Indeed, that number for that department was the highest in any STEM discipline in any university in the UK. And what I want to make the point strongly is that it's made already by Sally Mapstone, that of course, by bringing women into a better situation, you are of course exploiting what she called a terrific resource. And so going towards gender parity will exactly bring you to tops of league tables. It must do, because you're harnessing so much more talent. Overall, science undergraduates, 40% in our subject nationally, and we fit a general national picture, about 30%. We can then ask, how does that 30% at undergraduate level translate through at higher levels? Well, research students, also 30%, including at national level, but you can see it trending slightly downwards, which is a worry. And here we go through the subsequent stages. So on the left, we have postdoctoral researchers. That is about 25% women, and if anything, trending downwards, which is a serious worry. Lecturer is our entry level to the faculty, and the numbers are very small, so we shouldn't focus too much on that, but rather on the reader level and the full professor level. You can see high proportions in this materials department at the reader level, and that from the date of this slide in 2015 to now, many of those readers have now become professors, and of course they act as a continuing resource at that level to build our gender parity. And this is then how it looks. So we've already seen the undergraduate numbers, postgraduate numbers, postdoc numbers, and the numbers in the Cambridge department pretty much mirror what's happening at national level. Where the divergence comes is going into the faculty levels, and particularly the highest level. So our professor rate is even higher than shown on this chart by now. So it's worth thinking a bit about what might have been done to help that to happen. And this actually builds, it's hardly a surprise that it does, but it was very nice that Sally Mapstone focused so much on mentoring, because we take that extremely seriously. I should say that this mentoring is for everybody, male and female, but is often remarked that females are not so eager sometimes to put themselves forward as men. So it's somehow natural that when you do undertake comprehensive mentoring, you will find that the people who benefit most are the females. And we're encouraging people to submit applications and of course be successful in those applications for prestigious fellowships, which will lead to academic careers, and encouraging people to move on to academic careers in other institutions. We could regard these as exported people, which we see as a sign of our success, not our failure. And I think this mentoring is really absolutely key, as Sally has already emphasized. In addition, there are initiatives focusing in particular on women. A CV mentoring scheme has been tremendously successful. And also on this list, I would highlight our returning carer scheme, which provides really serious money to people coming back into academic life fully after having a child. It could operate for males as well as females, but you can well imagine that a female focus is there, and it will provide support for a child care person to go along on a conference trip or whatever. It's really quite a major resource and extremely helpful to people in getting fully into the academic mainstream despite domestic duties. From this long list of training opportunities offered in the university, I would highlight the one in the red box at the bottom, which is an emerging leaders development program. And this, of course, means actively searching out the people to go into that program. And it's a very proactive thing for departments to do. Sally Mapstone mentioned promotions, and here we have the actual data from the School of Physical Sciences at Cambridge for 2010-2015, and you will perhaps not be able to absorb the numbers immediately as they're shown on that percentage scale, but in essence what it shows is that of all the women who applied for promotion, every single one succeeded. There were many more men who applied, and just under half of them succeeded. To me, this is absolutely no surprise because, as I've said earlier, women are often not so forceful in pushing themselves forward into these competitions. So you can easily imagine that by the time they do enter this competition for promotion, they are simply better prepared and better qualified. So I think this is a natural sign of talent coming through the system and being encouraged to do so. Of course, those promotions committees, as other committees, must themselves show gender balance. I don't want to focus on the details of this slide. It's simply here to remind me to make the point that committee membership is critical, but also a key problem in the gender parity area. And it's this, that with a shortage of women in the system, women will have an undue burden of serving on committees. And I fear it's simply a fact of life, but it does put a responsibility on people like me when I was head of a department or head of school to be very careful in assignment of committee roles. And I found that assigning women to be chairs of senior committees at university level, not just department level, was a key way of bringing them into the leadership domain and for them to be recognized by their peers as truly entering that domain. But I want to end what might at some points have seemed somewhat positive in a materials department context with a high fraction of professors. I suspect we, in the materials department in Cambridge, must be rather unusual in having a higher fraction of female professors than we have female undergraduates. But you should never stop being vigilant. And it came to my mind in connection with two recent appointments. When I stood down as the head of School of Physical Sciences, I rather expected that my successor would be female, but that did not come to pass. But there was a worse shock yet to come, and that was to look at the appointment for the next head of the Department of Materials. Lots of female professors available, and I was actually chairing the committee, a gender balance committee, to engage in this selection process. In the first round, you can see a mixture of male and female candidates. That had to be thinned out a bit, and there were discussions and so on. And amazingly, what emerged from that was not a balanced ticket, but a set of 3 males. Unsurprisingly, that was rejected by the department. We could see that coming, that rejection. What was stunning, though, was that the 3 men themselves were sort of blind to the problem. Having had it pointed out that surely you should have some gender parity, they somehow managed not to see the point, which was really quite surprising. We have ended up finally with appointing a 3-person headship, one of whom is female, first female head, and a jolly good thing. So I will close by saying that, of course, moving towards gender parity will only ever do the best for you. It will bring you ever greater success as you tap into the talent. Role models, Sally Mapstone made this point also, and mentoring are important. I think the fact that in a small department we have a number of extremely successful female professors only helps us in getting more very successful female professors and leaders, ongoing leaders at higher level. But there are always forces opposing this gender parity, which we might try to analyze, and they pop up when you're not expecting and are not easily under our control. So thank you very much.
Professor Greer, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Massively interesting to get such amount of information and feedback that we can, of course, work with to move towards a kind of a gender balance. One quick question for you. I know you'll stay with us, but just one quick question before Anthony, we move on. And a very, very simple question from Natalia Rostislavieva from the Russian State University of Social Sciences. And she asked, what is the reason for gender disbalance in the academic community? Very big question. So you've got 30 seconds to answer it.
Well, and I would say the disbalance, to put it that way, is not always in one direction. There will be some subjects that have a shortage of men. And it does seem to be quite cultural. I was mentioning the lady from Romania. So we're dealing with not just issues that can be solved easily within the universities themselves. We can be dealing with really quite broad cultural issues. But what we can do is, when we have people in the system, treat them properly and get things on a proper path internally. I do think we have quite a lot of work to do to influence the broader society before people even reach the higher levels of academia.
Professor Greer, thank you very, very much for that. I hope you'll stay with us for the rest of the forum. I know you'll have a little listen into us, because I know there are some questions coming in for you already. So we're going to move on to our next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We, of course, are one speaker short today, unfortunately. Olga Irishanova of the Moscow State Linguistic University can't be with us today. Unfortunately, she's ill with COVID. Very much a sign of time. So we're sending Olga our best wishes here from all of us at Misis. We're going to move on straight away, staying in the UK with a very, well, let's just say a leader in, I can't say space science, but she'll explain it much better than I ever could. She is the Chief Scientific Advisor to the Foreign and Commonwealth Office for the UK. She was appointed in October 2018. She is a Professor of Extragalactic Astronomy at the University of Bath and a Fellow of the Institute of Physics. She began her studies up in Scotland, in Glasgow, before she moved down south and got her PhD in astrophysics at the University of Manchester. I am delighted to welcome to our forum today, Professor Carol Mundell.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to join you today. Dear colleagues, particularly this UK-Russia University Alliance Forum dedicated to gender parity and academic leadership, which is a subject that's very close to my heart. The UK and Russia have a long history of bilateral science collaboration, and that has supported the principles of science diplomacy, which is part of my role at the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. And it's also created a well-established and world-leading institutional expertise, both in Russia and the UK. Russia is an important science player internationally and a very valued science partner for the UK. Universities have always played, and they continue to play, a crucial role in advancing our bilateral engagement and opening up opportunities for knowledge exchange and joint research, as well as tackling global challenges that we're facing today, not least of all climate change and COVID-19. And it's with that backdrop that I think we have to look at the issues of gender parity and equality within that wider frame of global challenges. I'm very pleased to say there are a number of excellent examples of such collaborations already existing between the UK and Russian universities in a range of research strands, including Arctic research and life sciences, supported by our wonderful UK Science and Innovation Network in Russia at the British Embassy in Moscow. And thank you to them for all of their work putting this, working towards this event today. And during my visit to Moscow last year in November, Sally mentioned this in her talk, as part of the UK Vice Chancellor's mission, and later during bilateral events and conferences that I've done remotely during the pandemic, I've had an exciting chance to meet colleagues from universities across the UK and Russia divide and learn more about their exciting and inspiring joint work in this space. And so looking at all of those wonderful opportunities for research and collaboration and some of the big questions that we have to solve, it's very clear that we need to have equality at the heart of everything that we do. And my visit to Moscow and these engagements were also an opportunity to meet a number of incredibly inspiring female university leaders and scientists at different stages of their career, both from Russia and the UK, who are already involved in those sorts of bilateral projects as well as their wider international collaborations. And for me, diversity, inclusion and the promotion, particularly in STEM education and professions, really sit among the top priorities for UK government. We've heard from our eminent speakers so far about some of the challenges and some of the exciting work that's going on there. And I think that, the role that government can play here is adding an additional lens and a structure, and sometimes a very formal structure, to help institutions to work towards those parity goals. I think respect for all and opportunity for all, regardless of gender, sexuality, race, religion, or disability, is fundamental to British values and, in fact, is enshrined in British law. So that's really our starting point. And it's not just because it's a right, but it's because really to make the world's best academic research, we need the best researchers, regardless of their colour, creed, gender, sexuality, or physical abilities. And again, to tackle the biggest global challenges that we have to face as a species and as a planet requires the most diverse teams where we are able to harness the best talent. If you look around your environment, you look at the people you're with, and they all look like you, and they all have the same background, and you try to answer a question, the answer that you'll come up with will be right for only a subgroup of your people. And so that's really at the heart of some of our diversity and talent pipeline work. And as you've heard already from the UK, the Athena Swan initiative is well established. And in 2018, the UK's government published its strategy, Gender Equality at All Stages, a roadmap for change, because, of course, enshrining things in law is the starting point, and having the right intent is very helpful. But, of course, being very structural and strategic about it is really how you start to deliver change. And there was one chapter of that strategy that specifically focused on education and skills, although the roadmap commits to address gendered barriers at different stages of life throughout. And I think Athena Swan really stands out for me here. It's been a long-standing initiative in the UK. It was established in 2005. The Athena Swan Charter promotes gender equality and promotes the role of women in STEM in higher education. Many organisations now have taken the Athena Swan structure and methods and extended that beyond STEM. As Lindsay explained, often there can be gender bias in different directions in different subjects. And many universities have also taken it beyond the academic sphere, which it began, and out through into other groups in their universities, for example, the professional services, and into the technicians base as well. And looking at that very cross-portfolio team-based approach, and looking at everybody's contributions to the success of their organisation. Athena Swan has been adopted by over 160 universities and research institutes in the UK, Ireland and Australia. So it's now become a global international export from the UK, which I'm very proud to say. But I think, the point is well made that we can't rest on our laurels. And if we look at modelling from last year, the conservative estimates are that it will take up to or more than 170 years to close the global gender pay gap. And I think that gap has probably broadened during the COVID pandemic. And, we don't really have a clear estimate of the impact yet on the gender gap globally. But 170 years is an awfully long time to wait at current pace. And to address the gender gap as well as the skills gap, we've developed programs that focus on championing women and girls in STEM throughout the STEM pipeline. And some really nice examples that I wanted to highlight, and for example, from our Institute of Physics, which is our learned body within the UK that supports physics professionals and academics throughout the pipeline, right through from schools all the way through to the professional workplace. They began an initiative called the Stimulating Physics Network, which encourages more girls to take physics at A-level. And you're looking back at that pipeline picture that we saw. So how do we produce the beginning of that pipeline, and then how do we fix the structural inequalities that exist through and along that pipeline? And in this initiative, UK STEM ambassadors went out to broaden the image of careers in scientific and technological fields. And often the picture of a physicist or a scientist can be archetypally an older white man or somebody in a lab coat. And that already is a barrier to young women and girls thinking about their place in a modern science and technology-driven economy. The WISE campaign, this is the Women in Science and Engineering campaign, was established as a network of diverse women working in science, technology and engineering, a wide range of professions, a wide range of job roles, to promote gender balance at the highest levels and give real visibility to the diversity of careers that can result from science education. And as part of its international program with Russia, which funds and supports some excellent scientific cooperation between our two countries, I'm extremely pleased to say that our British Embassy in Moscow will be prioritising progress on gender issues across all projects going forward. And so again, that gives us an extra springboard to really showcase excellence and to help other organisations come to the table and see the benefits, not just the perceived threats or challenges of creating better gender parity. And as I said, of course, gender parity is crucial to tackling our common challenges. We see many really genuine failures. For example, in medical research, if one only develops medical products for men, they may not work for women. Medical diagnoses may differ between men and women. And so actually having everybody in the room solving these problems and coming up with a broad portfolio of solutions really is the key to progress. And I should stress that although we have many excellent programs in the UK, as you've seen, the UK does not have all the answers. And I think international collaboration on gender parity and equality is absolutely crucial. We've seen that there is a cultural difference, and also that we can't rest on our laurels. Even when we think we're starting to make progress, the minute we take our eye off that ball, that progress can slip back. I was the first head of physics at the University of Bath to be a woman. I'm the first woman chief scientific advisor at the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. And so it's very exciting to be a first, but I long for the day when women are no longer trailblazers in those kinds of professions, and we can just have that wider diversity. And I think to finish, the Foreign Office is a very nice example of how that focus on gender parity and gender equality in a very open and structured way, and constantly having the conversation around culture throughout all different levels of your organization can be incredibly important. So in the 1970s, if a woman became a diplomat and she then was married, she had to resign her position. And so it's almost unimaginable today to think that married women could not be considered to be diplomats. We have women ambassadors in our biggest posts around the world. We have Moscow, not to obviously name first, Beijing, Washington, United Nations. And so that has not happened by accident. It's actually been a pipeline of talent, support, and also structural inequalities have been shown, and the culture has been changed fundamentally. And when I joined the Foreign Office 2 years ago, I found actually a very different culture than the academic one that I still have my foot in. Physics is very much a white male-dominated field, as you've seen from some of the statistics today. And I have many wonderful male colleagues that I work with, but it really does not look like a diverse field to women and young girls who are looking from outside. So I think our lessons from the Foreign Office and also from our judiciary, there are many structural things you can do, and there are very practical things that you can do. And I think, Professor Gray, you showed very clearly in your recruitment process how that attention to detail is also really important. And I heard from Lady Hale recently, who was obviously the head of our Supreme Court in the UK, and she talked very eloquently about some of the very practical hiring processes that you can have. When you hire for one position, it's often the woman who just misses the post, and it's always a man that you end up hiring. And of course, everybody involved in the hiring process believes that they haven't been biased if they've been through their unconscious bias training, and that they've not been in any way unfair in the process. But actually, when you start to hire in clusters, so you might hire 3 positions together, you then start to see the gender equality improving. If you're doing the advertising correctly, and if you're bringing women in at the beginning of the pipeline, you have all of your mentorship in process, and then you look at the real details of that hiring process. So attention to detail throughout with the right intent will actually have quite dramatic effects. And I think to finish, I would just really like to highlight the absolute critical importance of data. Through all of this, the best way to tackle unconscious biases, which we all have in different ways, is really to interrogate the data. If you don't gather the data, then you will carry on perpetuating myths and biases and misinterpretations. If you have the data, you can then start to really look at the state of your organization. As Sally said, sometimes uncomfortable viewing. And that also really helps to bring other people to the table who may be less convinced that gender parity is a good thing for an organization, or indeed that there's even a problem in their organization. Interrogating the data and keeping the quality of that data and understanding what insight you can gather from different trends in the data and what to do about it is a constant that we need to keep at the heart of all of our diversity work. So I wish you a very good discussion, and it's wonderful to be connected, and I look forward to driving further progress on gender parity in both of our countries. Thank you.
Carol, thank you very, very much for the wonderful presentation. And I should mention to people that the Foreign and Commonwealth Office is like the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in Russia. So just, in case people, what's the Commonwealth? And we have the Commonwealth of Independent States here. So I just want to be sure, so no messing. Carol, Professor Mundell, I have a couple of questions for you if you have time.
Yes, please.
And nice short answers that you can give them, so it'd be very, very good. From the home of steel, Cherpovets State University, Olga Solodyankina, she wrote a very, very interesting question. I think that it's something that we can say, we can't say yes or no, because it always kind of moves. And the question is there a glass ceiling in science?
So that's a very interesting question. It's been discussed a lot in business. I don't believe there is a glass ceiling in terms of talent. I mean, I think sky's the limit. I think we have structural power imbalances, then I think we have to expose them and interrogate them and start to dismantle them. And I think in terms of a glass ceiling, I think Sally made the point really that there is a pipeline effect, and then we start to see women taking up senior positions. In the UK, we've seen those trailblazers, and now we're starting to see the next generation of trailblazers starting to fill that landscape. So I don't believe there is a fundamental glass ceiling. I think it's about interrogating those structural imbalances and biases. An interesting thing that's come through from social science research in the UK is a concept called the glass cliff. And this has been seen in business, where often as women start to come into very senior leadership roles, they're often given the hardest and most challenging jobs, or they take those leadership roles at a time of greatest challenge. And so are almost perceived to be set up to fail. And so the rhetoric then comes, well, we gave a woman a leadership role and look, it didn't work out. So clearly women aren't good at leadership. And again, the research has really shown that tackling those biases, looking at the data, what was the state, for example, of a company's finances, or an organizational situation when the woman became the leader, and how do we then work to support that woman leader structurally, not just the woman as a leader standing out as a figurehead, but also all of those management teams and structures that work with her, and how do we improve the health of a whole organization so that men and women in all of those leadership roles can really be the best leaders they can for all of the people in their organizations. So there should be no glass ceiling. Bring your hammer, and we should just also make sure there are no glass cliffs either.
That's a very, very hopeful answer. Thank you so much for that. I have one more from one of our watchers and our listeners, and then I have a small one for myself. This is from Yevgenia Kubinkova. She's from Plekhanov University, and it follows quite nicely from the last question. And her question is almost more of a statement, and it's: don't you think that the problem of gender disbalance is artificially hyped?
Well, my answer would go back to look at the data. So social scientists have shown that when there are more than 35% of someone in the room who are like you start to feel there's a majority. But they've equally shown that in a room, for example, that's male-dominated, if there are more than 20% of women in the room, the men perceive that the women dominate. And if women speak for more than 20% of the time in a room when they are a minority, they're also perceived to have dominated. So we do have real cultural biases. They're very deeply ingrained in us. Many of the rhetoric I've heard throughout my career is that women are or should be more caring than men. Men are natural leaders, women are more nurturing. And both of those are unhelpful stereotypes. So men should be able to be sensitive and caring and nurturing and supportive of their colleagues. They shouldn't have to be aggressive. And equally, a successful woman should not be seen as someone who's necessarily unpleasant because she's had to display aggressive behaviors to become a leader. So I think there's an awful lot of leveling that we have to do, and we also have to educate ourselves. We all carry these biases. There was an incredible study that was done in the US where researchers sent a CV. So they sent a short resume of 2 identical candidates, and they made sure that every characteristic in that academic CV was identical, and it was very gender neutral. So it was a kind of a mid-level career research. signature, an average CV, nothing very outstanding, good or bad, but just perfectly acceptable. And they changed the name on each of the CVs, one to be a very feminine name, one to be a very masculine name. It was clearly a study. They sent it out to all of the big universities in the US and said, if you were going to recruit for a position and these CVs were offered to you, would you please rate them, for example, on things like how likable the candidate was, how much you would likely to pay them, and whether you would be likely to employ them or not. And the male named CV was considered to be less likable, more employable, and they would likely pay them more. The female named CV, and remember they're identical in all other characteristics, was considered to be more likable, less likely to be employed, and more likely to be employed at a lower rate. And so I think it's very clear that it isn't overhyped, that we do need a level playing field, and it will benefit us all if we get there.
Thank you again. A hugely interesting answer for that. And again, it's, you know, again, it depends on the generation as well. Some say, oh, well, we're doing okay. But then again, they're standing on the shoulders of giants.
Absolutely.
You know,
look at the data. Yeah.
They have to understand that. I know Lindsay Greer's still with us. So, Professor Modell, if you just hold on one moment, because I have one more question for you, but I have one in for Lindsay. And Lindsay, the question is, will the issue of gender equality be resolved in the future, and at what level? That's for Lindsay Greer. Okay, I'll ask that question again. Will the issue of gender equality be resolved in the future, and at what level? That's for Professor Greer. I think he's still online, should be. No, he's not. I think it's back to you, Professor Modell. We seem to have lost Lindsay.
He's taking the hard question there.
Yeah. Professor Modell, if you can answer that one, I'd be so grateful.
I'll do my best. I'm very hopeful. I think we have to. I think there's no choice. When, I don't know. As soon as possible, I think would be my answer. Lots of work, lots of attention to detail, and real cultural work to go there. But I think we've seen, you know, from the Romanian story, that actually when a government or a culture or a system says we just need the parity, it can immediately be created. And I was, you know, recently in Bulgaria, and it was a similar story there, that under particular direction, you can actually make it happen. I think we have learned how to do that in a different way, and to increase that diversity. And as Sally described, you know, we have other intersections with race and other lived experience, class. There are all sorts of different intersections in different countries, which then make the system slightly more complex. But gender's pretty simple. So I have great optimism that we will reach it, and that we have to do the work to get there.
Excellent. And the final one from my side, just before I let you go away, and that was from Yelena Kukulina from the Joint Institute for Nuclear Research here in Russia. And my final question, because of astrophysics and so on, very, very silly one, before we go out to our break, is there something else out there in the universe?
There's lots of stuff out there. There are stars and galaxies and materials, molecules. I mean, that's one of the biggest questions we have to solve, of course. Is there life in the universe? There's some very interesting results recently looking at the clouds of Venus. Very controversial result, lots of work to be done there to see whether a detection of phosphine that may have been produced by microbes potentially is real. So I think, you know, the frontiers of scientific discovery are exciting, and I think, you know, humans have always quested, we've always explored. We've explored across the Earth, we've gone out into space. We have our rovers marching across the surface of Mars and off onto the moon. And so I'm very hopeful that we will find new and wonderful things about the universe as we push the frontiers of technology. And but we also need to protect the planet that we have, because it's a pretty special, nice place to live on, and it's quite a special time to be alive. So we should be kind to one another, drive equality, and protect our environment, in my opinion.
Thank you so much, Professor Modell, and wish yourself and your loved ones a very happy Christmas and a very happy New Year. Thank you very much for your participation today.
Thank you very much, and the same to you. Bye-bye.
Okay, folks, we are going to have a little small video break so you can catch your breath, have a cup of tea, and prepare for the next mini forum that we have come up again, and a superb lineup of speakers. And our team here have produced a really memorable video about our academic writing center, and also the success that we've had here at Misis for creating pretty much a decent gender balance and gender equality. And we're back after this with our second mini forum.
Mega science projects in materials design, production technology, and technologies for sustainable development. This forum provides a unique opportunity to build bridges between countries, to exchange knowledge, innovation, and best practices. Gender equality is one of such practices, as Misis has always aimed to promote, enable, and strengthen the capacity of its students, faculty, and research staff, regardless of their gender. We have accumulated valuable experience in promoting gender equality through capacity development. Still, we need to learn more about the possible challenges facing gender equality in academia and science. This forum serves as a bridge builder to establish international partnerships with universities where gender equality is explicitly and consciously addressed. We're delighted to be hosting a forum that involves the top UK and Russian universities that have chosen to attain one of the Millennium Development Goals, to promote gender equality and empower women.
Again, that is a little something special we have made up for you guys today, and I hope you enjoyed it. We'll have another video at the end of this mini forum as well. So we're starting our second session with let's just say, still staying abroad. We're staying outside of Russia at the moment because we're going to go all the way to the south coast of England. I think it's quite warm at the moment, and we're delighted to have with us somebody. Again, we have a lot of male and female leaders who are fighting to make the world a better place for the people who are already here and the generations to come as well. I'm delighted to welcome on a person who I should say is an inspiration to a lot of young women, not just in her own home country in the UK, of course, but also further afield, because she has been a mentor. She has been a leader for women in, for example, in Saudi Arabia. And so I'm delighted to open our second session. She is a reader in International Human Resources Management at the University of Portsmouth. Her topic will be The Barrier to Women Leaders in Academia, Tales from Science and Technology. A very welcome today to our forum, Dr. Lisa Howe-Walsh.
Hello there, thank you very much indeed. And you'll have to forgive me, I'm hoping the technology is going to work so I can share my screen with you. And I'm sure there'll be somebody there that if it's not working correctly, they're going to fix that somehow for me. So I am really delighted to be here and to be able to participate in the event today. I've had a strong passion for women's advancement in leadership positions, not just in STEM, but in the broader context. And I've been very lucky to be involved in various projects around the world in order to extend that agenda. And what I wanted to share with you today, and I've just listened to the last two speakers, which has been really, really helpful because they have already highlighted several things that really need to be considered, and I'm hoping that my presentation will add to that discussion and will maybe give some ideas for how we drive towards change going forwards. So some of the things I wanted to highlight have been covered a little bit, but I'd like to expand on a few of those ideas with you if you'll indulge me. I think it's very interesting that most of the data at the moment is saying that actually, when in terms of parity, Europe, for example, is nearly 41% of people are scientists and engineers. And by that token, it means that by 2030, we could be looking at parity. But that's the number of people that want to enter professions, or potentially the number of people with degrees in those subject areas. it doesn't mean those people will carry on and stay within the professions. And those are some of the issues I'd like to kind of consider now. There's been a really nice piece of research that I think if you'd like to know more examples and have more data at your hands to highlight some of the issues so that you can pinpoint what you can do. This study that Microsoft did was with a really large group and lends itself to being able to pinpoint these cultural differences that Carol mentioned before. So if I take you to the figures here, and hopefully you can see this okay, and I expect there's people there now screaming, we can't get the whole screen on, but indulge me. I think it's very interesting to note that if you look at the figures here, the lines, the red line is depicting how many women and the proportion of women that are interested in STEM are from Russia in the red. In the green, it's Europe, and in the yellow, it's the UK. And what you'll see from this chart is that actually in Russia, the inclination to be in STEM is much higher than it is in the UK. So in effect, in the UK, we have much more of a problem persuading girls and their teenagers and young women to enter professions within STEM. And if you look at the real pinch points of when people are deciding about why they're going to enter a profession, you can see that the age of 17 is really significant across all of those three. In particular, the UK, you can see there's a real dip, and Russia too, still higher than the European average, mind you. So there's something that happens at 17, and in the UK, this is a period between 16 and 18 where school children are doing their specialist subjects, and those are the entry point to university. So they still have one more year before they go to university. So it's that point that we have to capture them. And I've been working with some local schools to see about how they can bolster, if you like, and use mentoring. And I mentor for girls locally in schools to try and give them the confidence that they can carry on and pursue STEM subjects. So we have a problem there. And equally, we have a problem when they finish their degrees. So at the age of 24, again, their expectations are actually declining as to whether they want to stay into STEM professions. And there does seem to be a real issue with people then coming out of school with a university with a good degree in a science subject that then leave. And in fact, I was talking to somebody just a few days ago who has a first-class degree in chemistry, and when she came out thought that she couldn't really find a position that suited her and felt that it was an unfriendly environment, and actually joined the Navy and is now a female captain in the Navy, and speaks fluent Russian, I have to say, and was posted in Moscow some time ago with her family. And it was very interesting that actually I would say she's a complete trailblazer for the military, and could have equally been in STEM, but that push after she'd finished her degree to join a STEM profession just wasn't there for her. She didn't see the support, which I think echoes the previous speakers' points that they've said are things that you really need to look out for. So we can see that there is a path here of points to consider when people maybe duck out. And interestingly, I guess in Russia, and again this will be linked to the degree qualifications, but at 22 there is this point where people are starting to think about leaving STEM. So just a little bit more on that research is that it also highlights some of the top influences for why women are attracted to and maybe will carry on with a career in STEM. And for both of these, in the United Kingdom, the first thing was that perceiving that there was equal employment opportunities in STEM is a key factor in that decision making. In the UK, interestingly, it is more about children talking to each other as to whether their friends are interested in STEM subjects. And again, I've been doing quite a lot of work around sixth formers, so this is the 16 to 18-year-old age group who would then be deciding what subjects to study at university, that the peer pressure that they're under with friendship groups often sidelines them from a career or choosing degrees in science, and they then tend to lean towards arts. which is an interesting dynamic, again, to work out what it happens in our educational system that isn't supporting enough women to feel that they're able to do that. There are some differences as well with, maybe controversially, with single-sex schools compared to mixed education, and that often in single-sex schools you will find that girls are more persuaded to study science subjects and have peers around them that are all equally interested in science. When you get to a mixed school, there can be some detrimental effect sometimes. I know this is controversial, and I'm not saying that this is potentially the rationale for it entirely, but I am saying that the peer pressure of a 17-year-old is exacerbated in these situations, and something to consider, and schools really need to work on that a bit more. Having practical experiences with STEM, being able to actually get involved in careers and moving into those opportunities that schools can provide is really essential, and helping with volunteering and those types of things, where people can see there is a progression for being in a STEM profession, and those opportunities sometimes schools aren't as able to match up. So that's where universities come in, and higher education has to do its bit in trying to demonstrate how we can persuade more girls to enter and think about studying STEM subjects and stay within those professions. Having role models, that's been discussed already as well, but it is very important. And again, if your role models are coming maybe from a university into a school setting, to be able to demonstrate that there are women succeeding in STEM, that certainly is a really good way to reinforce that there are good opportunities for STEM careers. And talking to teachers about STEM, it's on the lower level of the things that children will look at when they're thinking about STEM careers, but it is within that group. Now, the next slide is slightly different in their perceptions of who they would ask and how they are influenced into STEM careers. And in Russia, you'll see there are some slight differences. So I think one of the interesting ones for me is probably more to do with the cultural differences of thinking about having a parent to talk about and discuss careers with. And in this group, it shows quite clearly that having a father that talks about STEM is a strong influence for girls in Russia choosing STEM subjects. I think that's a really interesting point, that in the UK, parents seem to have disappeared from the discussion about careers. And I'm very passionate about trying to ensure that children are really well informed about careers, and the role of parents to provide that information is very crucial. It doesn't necessarily always happen, and then that's where the school is also being able to support those decisions. But again, it's how well those linkages work, and some children, I think, fall through the gaps. I know from my own experience of mentoring girls that it's very, very easy for them to be dissuaded, and that's where this peer influence comes in. And in Russia, we're not seeing that so much, according to this research data. So I think that there's some quite interesting differences, and perhaps those are the differences that highlight why actually in Russia the figures are higher than they are for the UK. I guess coming from a management background, and in fact I worked in finance. I used to work for one of the big 4 global players, and I've always had an interest in trying to get more women on global assignments and in leadership positions. I look at STEM as just another talented resource, and I think Lindsay Greer used those terms already earlier in another session. You know, this is how do you treat your talent, and I think it's a way of looking at STEM, but from a broader sense. How you would manage your talent within an organisation is the same thing as we're trying to manage our talent within higher education and beyond. So it's thinking about how do we manage that pool really effectively, and looking more at management studies can, I think, sometimes help with trying to put together strategies for how you might move forward and ensure that you have the women that you want in the places that you want at the right time. Which is why I talk about this for global competitiveness, and also for global talent management. And if you think about some of the key areas where they highlight the problems with trying to manage your talent, and you use the flip side of that, I think it can answer some of the questions. So for example, thinking about how your management teams, your senior managers, actually think about giving dedicated time to how they manage their talent within an organisation, how the structure of the organisation looks, how there are opportunities potentially for people to join. I think Lindsay Greer mentioned that earlier as well, committees that give them visibility, and visibility is key. Whether it's within an organisational setting in STEM or whether it's within a higher education setting, people have to have visibility. And in organisations, I think they're in management organisations, for example, they're perhaps a little bit ahead of the curve. They've made programs and progress to make sure that women are not only mentored, but actually are visible. So by saying, you know, who are the people that should be here, and why don't we have 50-50 in percentage of women? And if we don't, where are the other women? Let's get them visible. Let's get them into these senior groups, and let's make sure that we champion them more. A lack of involvement with middle managers, and again, it's kind of thinking that everyone has to be seen at the top level, but we need to actually have a pipeline of people involved, and making sure that people are involved from all the way through the organisation, from middle to senior management. I'm thinking about some of the issues with performance and how we tackle that. And that isn't to say that women always outperform men, although maybe I'm biased, I would say we do. But on the other hand, we do need to think about how do we get people to understand the performance that the organisation would like, and how women can drive those agendas forward as well. The other issue that's not mentioned very much is the role of, for example, human resources in this, and human resources departments, and how their own potential support mechanisms need to think about how they're actually supporting women more. And I'll come on to that in a moment, because we've already had a bit of a discussion about Athena Swan, and I'll talk about some initiatives about that. But it is thinking about how does HR support women going forwards within the organisation. And then thinking about how much managers actually know themselves and their ability to be able to support women. And sometimes that can be quite a difficult conversation for people, and for men that are maybe more uncomfortable with having conversations about how they can help people progress, support them, think about what they can do. It doesn't always happen quite so easily, because there is this issue with communication between the two parties. One of the things that I've been involved with a lot over the last decade now is getting into development programs. Now, in the UK, we've put forward quite a few programs based on trying to do women's only programs. And the rationale for that, as I mentioned earlier, is sometimes women perform better in a single sex environment. So if you put women together in a leadership group, they will often outperform each other in a good way, in a very positive way, and a very supportive way, and will then have much more confidence to be able to apply for promotion positions. Because one of the real problems is actually getting women to apply, and Lindsay, I think, has echoed that already, as well as Carol. If left to their own devices, often women will sit back and not make the application, and that's where the HR and the line managers can actually be more supportive and start saying, have you considered applying? Why haven't you considered? And starting to think about what are the things that need to be put into place to encourage people and give them that confidence. So the work that we did, actually, we started doing that work in the UK, but we started doing it in the Middle East first, because we thought there were more problems with a lack of women within those roles. And actually, as you'll see from maybe some of our results, that's not quite the case. So we wanted to look at leadership competence. We had a structured program to do that. We used assessment tools to do that. And we wanted to be able to highlight what competencies they did have and what they could work on. And this acted as a catalyst for them to be able to actually start putting in a program for 12 months, where we gave them mentoring as well. But we challenged their perceptions of how they perceive themselves, how others might perceive them, and how they could move into leadership roles. And what we found was that in the UK, the women lacked a lot more confidence than they did in, for example, Qatar or in Saudi. And maybe sometimes people have challenged us on our results, and we've said we can't argue with what we found. This is what we're seeing in our research and when we're talking to women. there is a distinct difference between how people consider themselves, and women in the UK in general lack a lot more confidence. The results from some of those career choices in STEM, and again, this echoes maybe what happens in Russia a little bit more than it does in the UK, is there was very much more a patriarchal influence. So if fathers were talking and open with their daughters, you found that there were a lot more women willing to go into engineering professions. Also, the government played a large role in sponsoring women and allowing them to be sponsored fully to undertake courses such as engineering or other science subjects, which in the UK you have to get into a lot of debt, whatever subject you take, which is not always so helpful. And then there was this feeling of equality that actually, you know, that does work hand in hand. If I've earned the degree and I've got the qualifications, then I should be equally treated and people should expect me to be. And I'm not sure that that's necessarily the perception that everybody would have, but this came out strongly with the GCC group that we looked at. And company reputation was also something that was really key. So I think we talked about role models before and how incredibly important they are, and I would echo those things. And role models, though, for your own children, so that the next generation are seeing you as a role model is equally something that is a part of being aspirational towards those increasing the diversity groups. And the
Lisa,
mentors,
we have 2 minutes before we have to wrap up. I'm very, very sorry.
That's okay, that's okay. Sorry, I knew I'd have too much to say. So just thinking about the role models, mentoring, work-life balance, driving towards the solutions, you know, higher education is a key point and a key place to be able to demonstrate that we can increase parity. Thinking about developing networks is really key for women and giving people opportunities to do that academically, professionally, and within the community. But also the other one, unconscious bias, we've talked about, but the one that hasn't been talked about as much, although it's been displayed by Lindsay, is male allies. We need men to be able to understand what the problems are and ensure that the unconscious bias isn't ingrained and it doesn't become an engendered culture. Hopefully I've pretty much finished. I was just going to give you the principles of Athena, which you don't need, and then just to bust the white coats, I have a picture there of some really good 12 scientists that I think break that mold of being boring and wearing a white coat in some way. That seems to be some myth about science. So please do feel free to look at the link. I think you'll enjoy reading the stories. Thank you, I've finished. Hi, Alan.
Okay. Lisa, thank you very much for that. I know it's you're under pressure today, same as everybody. You are under a lot of pressure to make your next meeting. So I've been joined by a friend of mine from my former workplace, Maria Nevskaya, and she has a question for you. But she's allowed me, as a gentleman, that I can go first. So this is gender equality here in Moscow, like in action. The questions is because both of our questions are related to the Middle East, or even comparisons between, say, the UK and the Middle East. And this one comes in from Yelena Fedorenko from the Moscow Higher School of Social and Economics Sciences. And she asks, what is the influence of cultural stereotypes on women's professional strategies and their eagerness for achievements in science?
So I think that's a really interesting question, because from my perspective, I think the women in the Middle East seem to be very, very keen to be able to break those stereotypes down and be able to say that actually that perception of them is completely wrong, and that they are very willing to join into STEM professions. I think it's almost got a little bit lost maybe in the arguments in the UK, and maybe that's where the problem lies, and even more so in the US. And in fact, there was some very interesting documentation out lately, sort of saying that the US could learn a lot from Russia in terms of getting more women into STEM subjects. So I think there are some real cultural differences with perceptions. And that is something that I know from our own research we have found very often happens. I hope that's answered your question.
Меня зовут Марина.
Hello, I'm Marina.
Sorry, could you speak up just a little bit?
Am I on? Меня зовут Марина, и
I'm Marina. And I just wanted to ask you, it is very interesting that you work in Saudi Arabia and with Saudi Arabia. We know that now Saudi Arabia has this Vision 2030. Does this Vision 2030 talk anything about gender parity or not?
My colleague Marina.
Are you going to translate that for me, Alan?
She couldn't hear.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you can hear me now.
Я извиняюсь. Так вот, вопрос такой.
It's a tremendous job in a challenging environment when it comes to gender parity. And right now, Saudi Arabia is working hard on their strategy, adopted strategy 2030. I was wondering whether gender parity issues are developed somehow in this document and in this strategy, or it's too early to say that?
Yeah, I think I can't be an expert on that document. I don't have that inside knowledge. On the other hand, what I can say from a university level is that there is a tremendous push to get more women to be educated to a doctoral level and to be able to provide more scientists and more recognition for equality within the educational framework. And I know I've spent quite a lot of time examining universities over there to see what the delivery is and whether it's the same. And that's sort of from the lens I can look at it. So from my perception is that they're making great strides to really try to encourage more women into more traditional male subject areas across the board, and that's a really positive thing to see. But I think, you know, like everywhere, there's always a long way to go, and it's I think part of the vision, but I haven't seen that document that you're referring to.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for that. And I hope you'll stay with us for a little while, because we have an excellent presentation now from the lady who just gave that question. And I'll present my good friend and colleague, Marina Nevskaya, who is the Vice Rector for International Affairs at the Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology, MIPT, better known to many people here as PhysTech. And she came from economics and languages. She's been involved with publishing many books and translating books as well as working in business, so not always being in academics. Before MIPT, we worked together at the Russian State Social University, where she was the Dean of Department of Foreign Language and Linguistics. And now, as I said, she's the Vice Rector at MIPT. So, Marina Nevskaya, the stage is yours.
Спасибо.
Thanks for that. I'm going to have a very short presentation, and I'd like to dedicate this presentation to a true female role model, a role model for everyone. The name is Ekaterina Romanovna Vorontsova-Dashkova. She was born in 1743, and she got great, quote-unquote, female education for the time. French, dance, drawing, and so on and so forth. And she would, of course, marry someone. And in the middle 18th century, she would dance in the balls and so on and so forth. But she was laid down with measles, and this was quite an unfortunate accident. And she was sent by her parents to a village 20 kilometers from St. Petersburg. She was bored there. She had to start reading And as a result, she became one of the most educated women of her time, a friend of Voltaire and Boileau. As she turned 40 in 1783, she became the first ever woman in the world heading a National Academy of Sciences. And she also instituted the Imperial Russian Academy to study the Russian language. She was a great linguist, she was a great translator, author of books, poems, and plays. She did huge work to involve talented students to the academy from socially disadvantaged groups, from the people who were totally overlooked by the science and by the establishment. She would send poor students to world universities for internships. She introduced a very good economic situation in the academy, so she saved a lot of money. And I think she introduced the Russian letter yo, which is the kind of E with an umlaut. So why I'm making this example? Because, of course, there was total gender inequality at that time, but she broke that barrier. And starting from the 18th century, we've heard and we've remembered a lot of Russian female names in science. Of course, I will make some debatable claims here, but I'd like to introduce some context into the discussion of gender parity in science and education. We know now that out of 950 states, United Nations members, 147 states have documented that in their constitutions that men and women are equal and have equal rights. However, we need to state that legal gender parity does not mean that gender parity de facto stands. Directly or indirectly, through laws, through policies, through social norms, through practices, through gender-based stereotypes, women are disadvantaged and discriminated against. The actual forms of this discrimination depend on political connotations and cultural stereotypes. I can give you a very example which is very close to me. I graduated from the Asia and Africa Institute. And when I was admitted, the admittance ratio was higher for girls than for boys. So my grades in exams had to be higher than the grades for exams for boys. There were other benefits for boys who had already been in the army, for those who worked in important institutions and so on. But there was an institutionalized inequality. It did not help, of course, but I do not remember girls being frightened off just because of that, if they were confident enough that they would like to start studying Oriental languages. And every case of gender discrimination is not just a systemic failure, but it is always a burning personal story. And sometimes these stories are so emotional and so personal, and the cases of discrimination are so graphic that this prevents people from truly understanding the scale of the phenomenon. And that means that a lot of people forget that in many cases, when we look for equality and we look into this, we see that what people really are demanding is preferences rather than equality. I'll give you an example. Some time ago, the Eindhoven Technical University officially decided that they would prefer employing women. I will just read this out to you. According to the new rule, men can claim a vacancy only if within 6 months there was no female application. So at first, this rule lasted for 18 months. Now it has been prolonged by another 18 months. The stated goal was to get 50-50 men and women parity. And the chancellor said that there would be no discrimination against male professors. This university has a lot of master students and doctorate students from Russia. And there was a survey, an anonymous survey. Again, it is important that the survey was anonymous because of the cultural and personal significance of the story. But this is what the respondents say. A female doctoral student who studies under a dual diploma program says the following things. There is really a gender misbalance in the academic environment, but not only male dominates. In humanities, females dominate pretty often. The Eindhoven University is a technical one. This is why there is a misbalance from men. And I treat the current policy with suspicion. I think it is offensive to girls. It tells me that I am incapable of claiming a position if I don't have this official benefit. And now there is another response from a male doctoral student. I have not seen any discrimination myself. I don't think there is a problem. I just think that the academic community must be filled by skills rather than by sex. Because if we see such policies, this tells me that we under-evaluate the professional performance of a candidate. Now, there is a female student from the Netherlands. Whether this is a good way to solve a problem is an open question. I don't think that this policy will change the corporate culture. The leadership, I think, is starting a social experiment for a closed period of time. But it is hard to understand when we will see visible results. So far, I don't see any specific deadline to this stereotype. Another female student from the Eindhoven University. I often hear this, that minus multiplied by minus doesn't give you a plus. So discriminating against men, we will not solve the sexism problem. If this were so easy, why we still have the pay gap between men and women in 2019 for analogous positions and analogous skills? What this tells me, this action by our university, that the problem is institutional, it exists, and we need to solve the problem. And I support this policy, not as a woman, as a student, as a doctoral student. And I think that there will always be criticism if people go bold enough. I can read out more to you, but more responses, they follow the same lines, more or less. And if we look at the figures, if we look at the results of gender-based studies that give us the understanding, the global understanding of the academic environment, the figures have changed in the past years. Now I'm looking at 2017. 2017 gives you the fullest picture. Not all countries run this statistics on a systemic basis, but 2017 is pretty recent. For example, the situation in Russia, UK, Norway, Poland, Greece, Turkey, Ireland, Denmark, Switzerland is more or less the same in terms of gender parity. This means that the proportion of women among scientists is about 40%, 40. Azerbaijan and Argentina have the highest numbers, about 50%. So parity at its best. France, Luxembourg, and Germany have the lowest numbers, 28% across these three countries. But if you look at Russia, more specifically, so you have almost 40% the proportion of women in science. In most CIS countries, this proportion is higher than in Russia, but it hovers around 60/40, more or less. Over half of the women in science in Russia choose STEM. This works against the stereotype that women equals humanities rather than STEM. Now let's look at the age breakdown. It is also interesting. So let's take the 40 to 70 age group. And in this age group, it is 50-50. In over 70, the proportion of women is half that in 40-70. But it is just 2 to 3 percentage points lower than in 40-70 in under 40 category. Can we talk about gender misbalance here? Well, I think we can, but we need to be very cautious and we need to be very aware of what we're talking about. We understand that these processes, they do resemble a pendulum between the ultra-conservative to ultra-liberal and back. When I was young in the Soviet Union, we had the norm of gender representation in the party leadership and in the elected organizations. So, but the gender quotas, ethnicity quotas, and social quotas, they all lead to lower expertise, lower competence, and lower professionalism. We are not discussing gender parity among coalmen and among nurses in kindergartens. So we're not discussing it there. We are discussing gender parity in the academic environment, but we cannot center all our discussions around this. If we give an official preference to someone, this is a discrimination against everyone else. When we talk about gender, we primarily talk about men and women. But hasn't it occurred to anyone that if we limit that discussion to men and women, we hurt the feelings and we offend transgenders, bis, and whoever else? So professionalism should be the only criterion for the selection. And the only role of government and officialdom here is to make sure that laws and regulations are upheld, that any selection for a grant or for a promotion, for a pay rise is transparent and just. That's the only thing. I'd like to end with a quote with Grigory Pomerantsev, who was a great educator of the beginning of the 20th century, who said that devil starts as a speck of foam on the lips of an angel who fights for the right thing. There should be no hatred if you fight for the right thing. The style of argument is more important than the subject matter of the argument. And I think this wraps up more or less of what I would like to say. More common sense in the gender discussions, less emotion, and more justice for all. Not just the stakeholders characterized as men and women, but everyone. Thank you very much.
For computer science at Durham University. She's a person who, I have to say, if you look at sueblack.co.uk and read into her biography, she is an inspiration, not just for women, but for men as well. And I'm delighted that she's here with us today. Professor Sue Black, you're very, very welcome, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I just realised I've got some filters on from our Christmas party yesterday, which I'm trying to get rid of at the moment. Oh, hopefully that's okay. Sorry about that. I was there with a moustache and a beard and some lipstick. Thanks very much for inviting me to speak today. It's a real pleasure, and I've been listening in to all afternoon to the talks and really enjoying them. I'm just going to get my my slides up here now, which hopefully you can see. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about creating new pathways for women in tech. And so I've had a career now in computer science for quite a long time. I'm a professor of computer science at Durham University, and I'm going to be speaking about my own personal experience and also some of the projects and programs that I've been involved in and run over the last few years. So let me just get started with my slides. So this is me quite a while ago now. I come from an average family, but unfortunately my mum died when I was young and my family became dysfunctional. I left home and school at 16, even though I wanted to stay on, and worked for several years, then got married at age 20, and here I am at age 23 with 3 small children. Unfortunately, not long after this, my marriage broke down and I ended up at 25, a single parent, bringing up my children on my own on a very low income, living in poverty. And I really wanted to make a better life for my children. I thought hard about how to do that as a single parent. I realised that because I'd left home at 16, I wouldn't be able to even earn enough money if I went back to work to support my children, to pay for childcare. So I realised that actually education was a good option for me. I went along to the local college where I lived, and I'd always loved the maths at school. Maths was my favourite subject. So I thought if I can try and do a maths course, then I can try and get qualifications so that I can get to university, and that's what I did. So I did a maths course and then enrolled on a computer science degree. So I did a 4-year degree in computer science, and then I stayed on and did a PhD in software engineering. And since then I've had probably 20 years now academic career in computer science. Here I'm getting my PhD. You see my hair colour changes as we go through the slides. You know, now I'm reasonably well known in the UK, professor of computer science. And for example, in 2016, I was awarded an OBE at Buckingham Palace by Prince Charles for services to technology. So I've done loads of things around technology in my career. When I go back to when I was a PhD student, I was teaching. I was very, very shy, and kind of scared of teaching, scared of standing in front of people. But I've managed to kind of like develop myself, I guess, over the last 20 years. And this is me a few years ago giving a speech. I was getting an award for social impact in technology, speaking in front of 17,000 women in tech at the Grace Hopper Conference in Orlando, Florida. And I've managed to achieve many kind of career goals for me, and also personal goals. If anyone knows Desert Island Discs on Radio 4 in the UK, it's kind of an iconic program where you're hypothetically cast away to a desert island. And I was on that program a couple of years ago. And again, that was a real kind of personal goal for me to be on that program. So that was just incredible. So I've managed to achieve many things which I never ever would have dreamed that I could have done when I started out on my career, you know, back when I was living in poverty with my 3 small children. So along the way, when I was doing my PhD, I was going to computer science conferences. My PhD supervisor was telling me that I needed to network at conferences. And so that was mainly going to academic computer science conferences. And I tried to network as a PhD student, but I found it very hard. And I found that sometimes when I was trying to talk to, it was mainly men at those conferences, which I didn't really think about at the time. I wasn't having so many great experiences. Sometimes men would misconstrue why I was talking to them at conferences. And it wasn't really until I went to a Women in Science conference in Brussels in 1998 that I just had such an amazing time. And it really helped me to realise, you know, I walked into this Women in Science conference thinking, I'm not very good at networking. You know, what's this conference going to be like? I'd had some not so great experiences, but I found that actually being in an all-female or nearly all-female environment, so it was just a very different experience. I felt very relaxed, and, you know, I didn't really even have to try to talk to people, to try to network at the conference, because it just felt like everyone was talking to everyone all the time. And so it was such a different experience for me from my previous networking experiences at conferences. And it kind of changed my life, really, that it showed me that if you're in the majority, life is just easier. And that's not something I'd realised before. So I came back from that conference and set up this group, which is BCS Women. So it's the British Computer Society Women's Network. So I set up an online network for women working in computing or studying computing in the UK. And that's back in 1998, so 22 years ago now. And so that's kind of gone from strength to strength over the years. And, you know, here I'm talking about, now I realise, kind of looking back over the things that I've done, that I've been trying to create pathways for women to get into technology or to be supported in technology over the years. And so BCS Women, I guess, was the first kind of pathway that I initiated. So a few years ago, I think it was about in 2011, I was really keen to try and get more computing into schools in the UK. So I absolutely love technology, and technology and education have just completely changed my life out of all recognition, and also my family's lives. And I started running workshops for kids age around 7 in stuff like app design and coding at primary schools near where I live. And found that the kids absolutely loved what we were doing, and we would get the parents to come in at the end of the day and have a go at what the kids have been doing too. And what I found was that when we asked the parents to kind of like step in and have a go at what the children have been doing, a bit of programming, in general, the dads would just kind of step in and, you know, like look down at their kids to ask them what they were doing. But a lot of the mums had a bit of a look of horror on their faces. And that just kind of was like a light bulb moment for me. I just thought, oh, maybe if we want to get kids into tech, into computing, maybe we should focus on mums and helping to persuade mums that it was a great area for them to be in and for their kids to be in and to understand. And I just see technology as offering so many opportunities, you know, being tech savvy, being confident with technology, offering so many opportunities. And around the same time, I saw this research which showed that the main positive influencing factors on kids doing well at school at age 11 are their mum's education and their home environment. So I thought, well, actually, that kind of fits with what I was thinking around. If we can change the way mums see technology, we can change the way kids see technology too. So I went away after that and created a program and called it Tech Mums. So a program specifically aimed at getting mums into technology to help them to understand the opportunities that are out there in all different sorts of ways. So we'll be doing app design and web design with the mums, but also, like how to keep your family safe online, how to stay safe online, how to use social media, how to help your kids with social media, and a bit of coding in Python. So we started running that, I think in 2013, and it was a great success straight away. We could see, even just from the pilot, that not only were mums' attitudes towards technology changing to be more positive, but actually their general self-esteem was changing as well as we went along. And we really focused those programs on working with mums in areas of disadvantage. So we're specifically targeting mums in disadvantaged areas on low incomes. And so we could see that we made a massive difference really quickly. And here we are. One of our projects in, I think, 2017, we ran a program working with Facebook in London where we live streamed a kind of magazine, Mums in Tech, like chat show, I guess. We live streamed from Facebook HQ in London, and that was extremely successful. And it's still on Facebook. If anyone's on Facebook, look up Tech Mums TV and you'll be able to find it there. So we've run various programs across the UK and in Ireland as well over the last few years, which have been very successful. Here we are winning the Beamer Award for Diversity and Inclusion a few years ago for Tech Mums TV. So we've had some great success with that, and Tech Mums still runs today. And one of the great things for me in like these days is being involved, particularly at the end, I guess, of the process. So, Tech Mums is now an organisation, and it's great to be there when the mums kind of graduate at the end of the programme and get their certificates. And this is me here with our Tech Mums in Leeds last year, which is, it's just so much fun to meet all the mums and hear their stories and why they now love technology. So that's a path, another pathway into technology that we've created. So a couple of years ago, I got my current job, which is Professor of Computer Science and Technology Evangelist at Durham University up in the north of England, quite near St Andrews, where our speaker earlier was from. And that's kind of a dream job for me, kind of thinking back, about where I was when my older children were small. Just getting a job at a top university in the UK. So Durham's the third oldest university in the UK after Oxford and Cambridge, and is, for any Harry Potter fans, is where some of Harry Potter was filmed. So getting a job as a Professor of Computer Science at Durham University was just kind of another life goal for me. So I'm just absolutely delighted to be working there. So one of the projects that I've run at Durham has been an industry academia partnership called Tech Up Women. And so I've seen over my career now that lots of companies really want to employ women and women from diverse backgrounds into technology roles, but don't know how to find them. And also I've met so many women with so much potential who wanted to work in technology, but didn't know how to get into tech. So Tech Up Women is a program with 4 universities and 15 industry partners working together to create a pathway, again, to take women with degrees in any subject with a passion for technology into a technology career. And so with the industry partners we had this time, we trained all of these women into roles as software developers, agile project managers, data scientists, and business analysts. So we took 100 women through that program and into jobs in those areas. And again, we've won awards for Tech Up Women as well. Just recently, we've won Best Skills and Training Award and another award for Diversity and Inclusion. And also several of the women that have gone through the programme are winning prizes kind of on their own merit as well. So it's just amazing to see the success that some of our women have had. So part of my role at Durham is to improve the percentage of women students.
Professor Black, we have 2 minutes remaining.
Okay.
Before I have to ask you a question.
Okay, I'll speed through. Thank you. Is to increase the percentage of women undergraduates coming into our computer science courses at Durham. And so I've been focusing on that too. And so here's an inaugural meeting of our Women in Tech group at Durham. And we've really focused on making sure that our women students have a great time at Durham. So, for example, we take them to Women in Tech conferences. So here we are a couple of years ago at the BCS Women Lovelace Colloquium. And what we've done, we've managed to, our percentage of women in tech was 15%, and this year we've managed to get that up to 30%. So we've got 30% women undergraduates in our computer science course, and we were highlighted on BBC News because of that. So that was great news. And so if I have any advice, really, I think, you know, like I've managed to, I can see now looking back, create new pathways for women into technology. And I think, you know, it's really important for us all to do that, to highlight the issues which and kind of like show what the problems are, but then to make sure that we're solving real problems that exist. And I always try to focus on the positive and collaborate with people that can help me to achieve my goals. And so this is my family a few months ago. Just going quickly back to my family, I've now got 4 children and 5 grandchildren and a lovely husband. So everything's worked out on the home front too. And that's all from me. Thanks very much.
Professor Black, that's first of all inspiring, and second of all, I hope that they are going to get you lots and lots of gifts for Christmas, because with 15 grandkids and 4 kids, you should be spoiled.
Thank you very much.
I have one small question for you, because I know yesterday you had a Christmas party. I hope it went very, very well in the office. So you look great. So I know that you didn't overdo it. You're holding it together for us. We appreciate that so much. So our question is fairly handy. It's from Anastasia Mikhailovskaya. She's sitting here at Misis, and I would give it a caution with your answer, because people are going to be offended or happy. Our question is, does gender influence brain capacity?
Brain capacity.
Again, she could be writing just to me, maybe. I don't know, so.
No, I don't think so. It's the easy answer. That makes brains sound like I don't know, jugs or something to me, but maybe that's in translation. But no, I don't think there's a massive difference between men and women, really. Yeah, I think a lot of the differences that we do see are socialized. Not everything, but I think a lot are socialized.
That's a very politically correct, cautious answer. Thank you so much for that.
That's what I think is true. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Professor Sublak, OBE, thank you so much for your time. I wish you a very happy Christmas, your whole family, and a very happy New Year as well.
Thank you very much. Lovely to see everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're moving on now to, we're going out to Siberia. So we're moving away from the UK and orienting ourselves a little further east. I'm going to have a chat with the Associate Professor, Senior Researcher at the Department of National History at Tyumen State University. And his topic is, why is gender research necessary, urgently needed in caps, for Russian education? Professor Alexander Fokin, the stage is yours.
Thank you. I tried to speak the Russian. It's easy for me. Okay, it's normal.
Great, fire away. We'll give you less time to present, but that's okay. If it's English, we'll give you 5 minutes extra.
Okay. Да, добрый день.
I'm joking, of course.
Да.
Hello, everyone. I think I will be speaking in 2 capacities. My first role is a researcher and a lecturer in the Tyumen State University, but I'm really double-hatted. I run a podcast which is called Мой гендер сегодня, My Gender Today, which explores the gender practices in Russia and other countries. This is a Russian language podcast which is focused on creating really an open picture, a comprehensive picture of gender situation in Russia. When I started to teach a course called Gender and Feminism in the Tyumen State University, I started communicating with colleagues from universities in Moscow, St. Petersburg, other Russian cities, and gradually we found a common denominator which everyone seems to agree with. In Russia, it is very hard to institutionalize any results of gender research. So there is gender research and everybody acknowledges the results, but no one does anything about that, which is confusing really, because we know very well that gender topics and feminist topics are today one of the most relevant for this society. Society is ready to support a very comprehensive debate on that. But if you look at the Russian academic space between Kaliningrad in the west and Kamchatka in the east, you will very rarely see gender topic institutionalized in educational spaces in Russia. There are several examples of such institutionalization, to be sure. For example, this is the European University in St. Petersburg. They have a great team on the topic. They have a master's course. Or there is a Center for Gender Research at Ivanovo with a requisite educational program. But if you look at the largest Russian universities, Lomonosov University, Urals, Siberian, St. Petersburg Federal Universities, and so on and so forth, you will not find departments or chairs or bachelor programs or master programs in gender research. And that gives me a very big question mark in my head. Why is this not happening? So again, there is a lot of research, there are a lot of results, there is a lot of data, but the academic environment seems to be unreceptive to the institutionalization of these data. This brings me back to a more basic questions. Why I think gender research should become an important part of academic process in higher education. To me, gender theory is a big part of the so-called critical theory, which includes post-colonial research, memory studies. You could also say that the Marxist natural history idea is also part of that. If you have the comprehensive knowledge about all that, it gives you a kind of a different view of the things that we consider natural, eternal, and not subject to any change at all. And one of the most important roles of higher education is to give people an opportunity to look differently at things that we kind of think that are absolutely natural. So the critical potential of higher education is the most important part in this education per se. People need to be capable of deconstructing reality and synthesizing reality back again. And critical theory issues are very closely intertwined with this principle. We need to understand that current government, current social constructs are exactly that, constructs. That, for example, motherhood is not just biological, but a social construct too. Our previous speakers said that there is always a barrier for integrating women into physics and mathematics, and it is not because of their lack of the brain capacity or whatever. It happens because of the social constructs that we have to live with. Like in the Marxist theory, everyone should attend physical training and everyone should attend philosophy, right? Because this gives you general development. So in my view, it is equally important to give people exposure to the critical theory issues like gender theory, like post-colonial studies, and so on. Now, why that doesn't happen? I think there are two reasons why. The first reason is that the very presence of gender issues undermines the authority of the current academic environment, because the current academic establishment is the product of the patriarchal model. And so when men say that there is no academic discrimination in my country, it means that they are not on the receiving end of that discrimination, because, well, there is, of course, no discrimination against them. So the very fact that such issues are studied is perceived by the academic establishment as a ticking time bomb. Because academic establishment is a vertically hierarchical community, while the feminist theory, the gender theory, always tells you that you need to reflect always, you need again to reconstruct things. When I, as a teacher, enter the room, when I stand at the lectern, this gives me power, right? But if people don't comprehend that automatically, I will have to address challenges to that authority and to that power. And that means that I, as a lecturer, will always have to prove students that I have the right to stand there, which is uncomfortable to a lot of people. And the second reason why gender data is not perceived easily by the academic establishment is that Russian science and global science is based on positivist ideas. That there is some right science and wrong science, whatever that is. Gender issues and gender studies do not refer to global knowledge. They refer to personal knowledge and to personal experiences. And in fact, gender studies put personal experiences on a par with so-called real and natural knowledge. The Russian Academy of Sciences, as we know, is built under the model of Humboldt University, and this is exactly a Humboldtian model. This is a positivist model that says that everyone is equal, right? Before science and before knowledge. The very idea of a personalized trajectory, which is antithetic to, to group education and to the same education for everyone, it is really a different view of the situation. When we give everyone their personal choices, when we value the personality, and when we don't say that your personality should be subordinate to the quote unquote real knowledge. When we say your personality is equal. Alexander, у нас осталось... So, in my view, there is a problem of how to implement such a model, how to work against these two reasons. Of course, artificially creating gender studies programs or departments or whatever, it may turn into some sort of a ghetto. So there will be a pocket for feminist ideas, and the rest will kind of live untouched. However, the right way, I think, is to try to integrate gender-based optics into the entire scientific pattern to make sure that sociology, law, biology, chemistry, history, philology, everything raises gender issues and looks at gender as well as other things. Of course, I I think it is far from a good recipe. I don't think that you have to, that how to integrate gender issues into Russian education is still an open question. Thank you.
Give us an example, just one that you would really want to replicate here in Russia.
Okay, if you see other country like this European country and North American country, and I think it's all universities now have a gender studies program because it's popular for student and have my idea to society. Yeah, and I think the Me Too and anti-harassment and American Black Lives Matter include, yes, gender idea. It's a big question of modern and contemporary society. And I think for maybe in the Britain University and the American University, it's a good example for include gender studies in education program.
Brilliant, Alexander. Thank you very, very much for that. And of course, we look forward to seeing that happening here in Russia. And whatever we can do here in Misis, let us know. We're going to push that along as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move from Siberia back west a wee bit. And we're going to have a chat with our next speaker, who is, well, she's an honored scientist of the Russian Federation. And she has been to the forefront in studies of gender and sociology. She's a professor at the Financial University under the government of the Russian Federation here in Moscow. Delighted to welcome to our forum today Professor Galina Silasty.
Всем добрый день. Меня будет плохо слышно, но будет, наверное, неплохо.
Hello, everyone. I understand that you may not see me pretty well, but I hope you can hear me pretty well. I will be speaking in Russian, but I will be uploading the presentation in English. Because I don't want many things to be lost in translation. The name for my topic, well, I will share my screen. Just wait a second. I almost forgot to do this, right? I'm just looking for the right button to do this. Can you see it? I hope you can see my presentation now. Dear colleagues, can you see my presentation? Can you see the entire text? Yes, we can see it. We can see it, Galina. Can you press F5 on your computer to make sure it goes full screen? I don't know. Is it green? No, it is on the computer on the keyboard. Oh, it's up on the screen. I'm looking for it up on the screen. It's on the keyboard. It's on the keyboard, the upper row of the keyboard. Button F5. Keyboard. Didn't mean the keyboard. No, it's no good. So the topic I wanted to talk about, it's not just about the gender studies. Gender studies are a tool in a toolbox. In my case, I will consider gender sociology. Let's consider several scenarios or plots. The first plot is conceptual approaches to the topic under discussion. Why we talk about a new gender order. The transformation of the world system in the context of globalization creates a new gender order in the world that can ensure gender equality and country mechanisms for its promotion in all spheres of public life. A small reminder, back in the 1990s, when the binary global system started transforming and started walking away from the capitalist versus socialist order, that changed the gender perspective. This has a profound effect not only on the change of the entire system of social relations in the economy and politics, but also on the change of the past Soviet and generally socialist gender order, which was based on the solution of the women's question. The social transitions with the transition to the market economy caused the change in the values of social, economic, cultural, and worldview transformations. This is a long-term process and a very turbulent process. But this is an objective process which works differently in a different context. The biggest issue in this discussion is what is its central structural element? I will talk not about gender parity, but gender equality, because I do consider these two things to be different. International documents focus on the former term, but I don't know about other languages. In Russian language, there are big differences between these two. So I will talk about gender equality. So from this point of view, is considered the new gender order is considered in two vectors. The first vector, theoretical and sociological. It is considered to be a social process of changing the norms of socio-gender interaction between men and women as socio-gender communities in all spheres of society, from politics to family, based on the principles of gender equality as a fundamental social and legal regulatory norm. That means making regulatory norms existing in society more humane and more conducive to gender equality. The second approach is social and instrumental. The new gender order is considered to be a system of interaction of social norms, political culture, and social institutions, whose activities are aimed at forming a certain attitude in society to socio-gender problems and to their solution. The previous speakers, I think, gave you a lot of examples that integrate in these categories and create a very broad and comprehensive context around this. To me, the second scenario gives a measurability of the achieving of gender equality. The basic idea of new gender order is social organization, the organization of communities in which equal status, not depending on the age, social status, territory, locality, or anything else, is the most effective. The indicator that and the best indicator is the World Economic Forum 2006 indicator, Gender Gap Index. This index is measured across 144 developed and developing economies. And as a result, the Global Gender Development Index is derived. This is how gender equality is measured across the world. This is a very good tool to understand the connections between things that happen in many spheres of life. From economy to health to politics to education. Through education, this cycle continues to economics. This is an interesting process which leads to the issue of which measurement procedures need to be applied to various social spheres, countries, and regions, to make sure we have country-to-country comparisons. In fact, this trajectory creates an opportunity to measure the social space in which gender relationships developed and in which gender issues are raised and resolved. This is a space in which we have a yardstick to understand what the unexplored and unused potential of whatever society does is in the context of coherent action by men and women, or whatever that is. Let's look at several countries. I have chosen just several countries out of this country-to-country comparison. And the global index is the highest in Iceland. Sweden is in 4th place. And I decided to look at the correlation between the index and this line, which is drawn between economy and education. What does it tell us? In all these countries, if you look at that, the level of gender equality is high. Unfortunately, the sound is very bad. I'm sorry. If we have the wish to measure and we have the tools to measure, why don't we measure? Looking at the gender gap across countries, we can see that in education, gender equality is high, but in the interfaces between education and economy and education in politics don't look so good. So this is where gender equality is not so good. The new structuring of the social sphere in Russia, the space is not governed by any specific laws, and it develops more or less instinctively. I'm sorry, the quality of sound is not good. You have 2 minutes. I'm sorry, reading the slides gives you more information than I can. I'm very sorry, ladies and gentlemen. There are about 9,400 professions. Some professions are democratic, some are not. I will not give you a lot of figures. In conclusion, I will raise the issue of the so-called feminization of cities, which is a global issue. We are open for cooperation. Thank you very much.
Before we go out to our break, and the question is, it's related back to the slide about the countries that are doing well in terms of being less unequal in the gender balance. What, for example, is Iceland doing better than Russia? If you can tell us in 1 minute, please.
я буду признательна, если мне переведут вопрос.
I could not hear you. I could not hear the question.
Related to the difference between Iceland and Russia, what is Iceland doing better than Russia, for example?
Это касается именно...
Are you asking me about Russia or general context? Can you translate the question to me, because I didn't hear the Russian translation? Repeating the question in Russian. I think that Iceland better distributes its gender resources in government and in management, because these are interfaces between economy and education, how effectively education creates a pool of resources in the country. Iceland, I think, does it very well. The resources are generated and distributed in such a way that there is always the gender balance. In our country, I think this is one of the weakest part of gender issue. I think this tells you about the representation in the high levels of government. Of course, in Russia, these issues are a little more difficult, but I think this is an issue for the future. Thanks again, Galina, for your presentation and for answering my question.
But before we do, we have a refresh the eyes and refresh the mind. We are doing a very, we have a lovely little video put together by our team here, and it is about women in science through history. So you can just sit back, relax, and just enjoy the next 2 minutes of video. We'll be back right after. Welcome back, folks, and I hope you enjoyed it. Little something to again to sort of refresh our minds, because it's been a long day. We will be 7 or 5 hours almost on the go, and under these lights, I'm not getting any younger. I've been joined on stage by a great friend of ours, Anatoly Kislyakov, who will be presenting not next, but after the next person. So we're going to go straight away to Wales, to Georgina Santos, because she is somebody who last year wrote a paper that I could say blew up the question of equality in academics. She's someone who is a wonderful presenter. She, of course, her paper on gender and academic rank in the UK is something that really opened things up for us. So I'd like to welcome straight away onto our forum today, Professor Georgina Santos.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alan. I'm going to share my screen so I can show some slides when I talk. Let me see if I can put this here. Okay. Let me see if I can minimize this. Okay. I need to take out.
We could see it really well.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, well, thank you very much for inviting me to speak. I'm just going to essentially argue that there is evidence of discrimination against women in academia. Now, very rarely is this discrimination open or blatant. In fact, most higher education institutions in the UK, in Europe, in the US, and around the world have written policies precisely designed to prevent any discrimination against women, but also discrimination because of age, because of religious or religious beliefs or disabilities or ethnicity. So the policies are there, but I would argue that there is probably unconscious discrimination, concealed, almost unnoticeable. Now, there are two people I look up to. These people are Nancy Hopkins and Ben Barres. Nancy Hopkins is now in her 70s, is an American molecular biologist, and during the mid-1990s, she was at MIT, she's still at MIT, and she felt that she was being discriminated against, and she also felt that other female colleagues that were at MIT were also being discriminated against. So she complained to the administration, and they decided to set up a committee to look into the issues of discrimination at MIT. And that committee, but she chaired the initial committee. There were other committees after that, and there were both men and women faculty in that committee. There were even heads of school, the previous and current chairs of the departments of mathematics, chemistry, and physics at MIT, and they published a summary of the report in 1999. And in the report, they show that in the School of Science at MIT, only 15 women had been tenured in 1994 against 197 tenured men. But on top of that, they show that women were systematically offered less lab space, and they also were paid less than their male counterparts. It was a game changer because the results were so convincing that the then president of MIT had to publicly admit that there was discrimination, there was institutional discrimination, and after that a number of policies were introduced, not just at MIT, but also at other US universities. Now, the other person I also look up to is Ben Barres. Ben Barres was an American neurobiologist at Stanford University. Unfortunately, he passed away 3 years ago. He lost his battle against pancreatic cancer. And he he transitioned. He was a she was born as a woman, and he transitioned to male in 1997. But because he was a great scientist, but he had experience of being a female scientist and a male scientist. And he always, well into his 50s, he kept on telling the stories. He wrote extensively about the topic as well, of when a number of experiences that he had had during his life. So as an undergraduate at MIT, he was a she then. She was a very minority. There were very few young women in the class. It was a science class. It was mainly men. And she was the only person to solve a very hard maths problem. So very proud of herself. She showed it to her professor, and the professor dismissed her and said, you probably gave this to your boyfriend, and your boyfriend solved this problem for you. She finished her PhD and applied for a fellowship, and the fellowship went to a male candidate. Even though the male candidate was less qualified, had only one paper, she didn't have 6 high impact papers. And then finally, just as a man, he was already a man. He had transitioned into male. He had become a man. He overheard a member of staff in his department saying, what a great seminar that Ben Barres has just presented. But then his work is so much better than his sisters. So those are just anecdotes. These people were writing and fighting for gender. 3 headlines I got. They're all from this year. We've got the International Women's Day, top universities led by women. This is in the Times Higher Education. Only 39 of the top 200 universities in the Time Higher Education World University rankings are led by women. There's another piece of news on the Brookings website. These two are from March. In the Brookings website, there's again, there's more women on US college campuses, but women represent only 31% of full-time faculty. And this is an increase of only 5% over 75 years, and things get worse, because amongst tenured faculty, only 27% are women in the US. And then we've got Princeton University, that was on the news a few weeks ago. It was on the news because it emerged that it had discriminated against women professors. Between 2012 and 2014, 106 women in full professor positions were paid less than their male counterparts. And as a result, Princeton agreed to pay nearly $1 million in back pay and at least $250,000 in future salary adjustments. So that's the US. Things in Europe are not much better. This is the share of female professors in selected European countries. I agree, the data is a little bit dated. This is the latest I could find. This is for 2016, was published in 2018. Now, if you would like to think what it would look like today, all you've got to do is to visually extend those bars just a little tiny more, maybe between 1% and 3% each, maybe 4% maximum. So the graph will look very, very similar to what we have there. In the UK, looking at the UK universities in a little bit more detail, here we've got the trends, and the two, the purple line and the pink line in the middle, those are the shares of all academic staff who are men and women. So as we can see, women are almost getting to 50% of all academic staff employed at UK universities. But if we look at what's going on with the share at professorial level, things are actually not so not so great. Female professors have been, the share of professors who are female has been increased year on year since 2011-2012, but the increase has been very slow, about 1% per year, and we're still under 30%. Under 30% of all professors are female in the UK, and of course still a long way to go to reach a 50-50 share. If current trends continue, it will take 23 years to reach a 50-50 share at professorial level at UK universities. So I conducted a study. These are the details of the study. It's an open access paper, so anyone can access it if you click on the DOI number. And in this study, it's an empirical study. And what we did is, well, we couldn't really possibly look at, there are 150 universities in the UK. We didn't have the resources to look at all 150 universities. So we decided to focus on the 24 Russell Group universities. These are research-intensive universities in the UK. They receive 75% of all university research grants and contract income. And we sent a survey out to thousands of randomly chosen academics from both genders, male and female, at all levels, from research assistant to lecturer, senior lecturer, reader, professor, and even professors in academic leadership. And we cover all fields of knowledge. The paper details exactly how we did that, but we basically went with the REF areas, the Research Excellent Framework research areas that we use in the UK. So we randomly assigned 10 research areas to each institution. We went to the departmental department websites where that research in that area is carried out at each of the 24 Russell Group universities. And we manually downloaded, with the help of free labor from undergraduates on working experience, manually downloaded. We did not harvest the email addresses. We manually downloaded the email addresses, and we contacted all these academics. And we did receive over 2,000 full surveys back. Now, the survey was quite long and quite detailed. We asked a number of questions on all the variables that we could think would have an influence on academic rank, on academic progression. So the variables that you can see on the slide are the variables that turn out to be significant. They all had the expected signs. We used an order logistic regression, but we also included a number of other variables such as ethnicity, childcare responsibilities, responsibility for looking after a disabled, sick or elderly friend, none of which were significant. We also looked at the availability of flexible working, part-time opportunities, good career guidance, and many other variables, but they were not significant. So these are the variables that turn out to be significant. The findings were a little bit shocking. First of all, being a woman has a negative and statistically significant association with academic rank. That means that the higher the academic rank, the lower the probability that women are less likely to hold higher academic ranks, in a nutshell. The second very robust, consistent finding about all specifications was that the percentage of working time spent on teaching and teaching-related activities has a negative and statistically significant association with academic rank. So in other words, the lower the rank, the more time spent on teaching. And finally, that the number of children under the age of 18 has a positive and significant association with academic rank. That's a little bit counterintuitive, but I'm going to go back to that because it can be easily explained by baby timing. Now, another issue is we know that for higher academic ranks, people need publications, and it's been well documented that women publish less. Now, do women in our sample publish less? Yes, women do publish less. So that's a fact that has been documented in many studies. It's all over the literature, and we found that indeed women do publish less. Women have fewer journal publications. However, once we control for the share of time spent on teaching and teaching-related activities, women publish as many journal papers as men. So that is where the answer lies. In fact, we also looked at grants, and when we control for the share of time spent on teaching and teaching-related activities, women get more grants than men. So women are very, very good. The percentage of time spent on teaching and teaching-related activities is higher for women than for men, except for professors. Also, the lower the academic rank, both for men and women, the higher the percentage of working time spent on teaching and teaching-related activities. And since women tend to have lower academic ranks, the two effects have some synergy and become an obstacle for academic progression. Now, going back to this impact of, I wouldn't call it impact because really we cannot talk about causality. This is just cross-section, and what we've got is a set of over 2,000 observations. But this association between number of children under the age of 18 and academic rank, we divided the sample in two groups. The group of people who had timed their babies with career considerations in mind. In other words, they had waited to have their babies until they had a job they were happy with, maybe an open-ended contract, or at least they were on probation on the path to getting an open-ended contract. That's the equivalent of tenure in the US. And the group who had not timed their babies with career considerations in mind. And what we found was that children have a positive association with academic rank for those people who did time their babies with career considerations in mind, which is what we were expecting really. Whereas for those who did not time their babies with career considerations in mind, it did not have any, it was just a non-significant variable. And this also changed the significance of gender. So gender was not significant any longer once we looked at the sample of men and women who had timed their babies with career considerations in mind, whereas when we looked at the sample of people who had not, gender continued to be significant, negative and significant. This is just a very worrying graph. When we look at the population in England and Wales,
before we have to ask you some questions, okay?
Yeah. About 20% of women are childless at the age of 45, compared to 53% in our sample. And another worrying result, and I'm just going to jump so I can leave time for questions, is that people tend to wait until they have a more secure job. As you can see, the more secure jobs are the pink ones. So people on the pink, the percentage of respondents who did not have children was lower with open-ended contracts, but that of course places a dilemma because people, the childbearing years are the years when people need to publish. So being a woman has a negative association. The percentage of time on teaching, spent on teaching, has a negative association with academic rank, and women spend more time on teaching. That's another evidence of discrimination. The number of children have a positive association, but that's only when the babies have been timed with career considerations in mind, and that's obviously that poses agonizing decisions. So. And just to wrap up, this is the very last slide. The two policy recommendations that we set on the paper are that the universities use transparent well-log models and they're public, so everyone knows the tasks that have been assigned to every member of staff, the research allowance, and the number of hours and students they have to teach, and the supervisions and essay marking, etc. So very transparent well-log models. So that would help reduce this discrimination against women. And finally, clear guidelines on promotion, because many universities have clear guidelines on promotion, but they claim that promotion can be applied on the basis of excellence in teaching, and that is is very rarely the case. If there are no publications or research grants, there's no amount of teaching that will compensate for that. Besides, teaching is quite difficult to show excellence in. So either they stop claiming that we can apply for promotion, people can apply for promotion on the basis of teaching excellence, or they bring practice up to what the written policy says, and they do start promoting people on the basis of excellence in teaching. Thank you very much. I'm open for questions.
You too, Georgina, for a brilliant presentation. Thank you. And we'll say from Russian, spasiba, and in Irish to say gurmila mohakut. That means 1,000 thank you welcomes. 1,000 thank yous. Georgina, we have a couple of questions here from the stage. The first one is I'll ask, and then I'll give it to one for my our next speaker, Anatoly. And the question is from Irina Titarenko, who is a freelancer. And she it's kind of more of a legal thing, especially within documents. She said, how are gender stereotypes reflected in the official document language and the style of the document? So is discrimination even within documentation?
I couldn't answer that question because I haven't seen legal documents. What I can say is that most universities work very hard to have written policies where any sign of discrimination, even in the language, in the legal language of the document, even though I haven't seen any, the reason is that they want to completely erase any evidence of any discrimination that could ever happen. They want to prevent discrimination. They do try, of course they do try, but unfortunately it's so embedded in the culture that no matter what the documents say, there's a lot of respect even with gender issues now. So now we don't have men and women any longer. We have men and women and other, and the questions that tend to be, how would you describe yourself? So there's a lot of respect around those areas. So I would probably think that there's a lot of care has been taken into taking those issues into account at the time of writing documents, but I'm not a legal expert and I haven't seen any, but I have seen in written policies by the universities, and you cannot see any trace of discrimination in those policies.
Georgina, we have one question from Anatoly has a question for you. So Anatoly.
Yeah. Thank you very much. My question is, how are the gender questions resolved during the competitive selection for senior management position in other countries?
Well, usually for senior management, for example, for dean of research of a college or head of department or dean of something, what they would expect is that the candidate, whether it's man or a woman, has a very good track record and ideally has a professorial status. So, in order to be able to apply to those positions, women need to become professors first, typically, with a few exceptions. So it's breaking that, is being able to apply in the first place. Now, once they apply, there seems to be a little bit more of leeway. Once they are professors and they have become professors, the door seems to be a little bit more open for women to become into those leadership positions. And apparently, supposedly, they are judged on the exact same basis and benchmarks as men. And now, how do they become professors? That's the problem. And there would seem to be some, benchmarks. There are benchmarks but to be a professor, you need to meet some benchmarks. Whether those benchmarks are applied really fairly and transparently to both men and women, that is what we're seeing that is just not yet happening, even though universities claim it is.
Santos, thank you so much for your time. I should mention that question came in from Ludmila Bolsonovskaya from Tufts Polytech University. So it remains just to wish you a Feliz Navidad, Happy Christmas, and a very Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And folks, now we'll move on to our next speaker. And of course, he's sitting here right beside me. His name is Anatoly Kislyakov. He is an associate professor at the Department of Humanities at the Financial University before the government of Russia. And he's also the head of international students and faculty department.
Yeah.
And of course, he has his PhD from the Moscow State University. And of course, he had some time studying in Stanford as well. So Anatoly, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Спасибо большое, Алан. Спасибо большое, коллеги, что
Thank you, Alan, and thank you, distinguished colleagues, for giving me the opportunity to share with you the results of a study on the influence of gender stereotypes on undergraduate employment. Of course, this is a relevant topic, and everyone knows what gender stereotypes are. Some of the stereotypes are exist on a very household and a very personal level, but it is important to assess these stereotypes and how they translate into the employment of female undergraduates. And for that, we need a clear definition of such employability-related gender stereotypes. We need to analyze the career aspirations of female undergraduates and understand whether there is a causation. Before that, I would need to talk about some theoretical issues to create a theoretical framework. Let's start with the term social stereotype. It was coined by Walter Lippmann, the American journalist and sociologist back in 1992. He said that this is an image of the world that saves the effort and creates and works as a defense for a person. There are two principles. First of all, it is saving the effort, and this is what any human being does, and that it acts as the defense of creating group values and rights. Looking back at a lot of research in this area, we can make a conclusion that a stereotype is an accepted perception of a specific phenomenon, which is caused by the social constructs and the past experience. And it is a fixed mental construct or an automatic response. Gender stereotypes are, of course, social stereotypes. And we need to make a definition of what a sex is and what a gender is. Back in the 1970s, Mohn and Stoller said that the term sex is purely biological, chromosomes, hormones, genitals, and so on. The sex of a person is a sum of all those properties, and most people would naturally belong to groups called men and women. A gender is a different category altogether. This is a cultural and psychological term. And it can give you the quantitative measures of masculinity or femininity in a person. So gender can be defined as social and cultural norms that society prescribes to people depending on their biological sex. So the relationships and behavior are based on biological sex, but gender is a cultural construct. Gender stereotypes can therefore be classified into four categories. 1, association of men and women with psychological properties and personal traits, like the stereotypes of masculinity and femininity. 2, family and professional roles for men and women. And 3, stereotypes concerning the labor of men and women, all in all 3 rather than 4. As a result, gender stereotypes were defined defined in my study as standardized on the models of behavior and character trait which are associated with masculinity and femininity. Professional gender segregation is one of the most transparent problems, and the high level of segregation is translated into pay gap, into career gaps, and as a result, translates into the lack of level playing field. It's important to understand that analyzing these gender aspects of professional orientation is not the way to get social justice, but also more effective use of labor resources. The basic premise of gender stereotypes is that the specific female status on the labor market is the result of a subordinate position of women in a family and is a translation of patriarchal organization of society. So this natural difference between men and women give the rise to social differences, which may not be biological at all, which may be social in nature. As a result, there are three types of professional stereotypes. One, positive stereotypes. Women care about others, and they are better at manual work. So society and employers think that women are more predisposed to the caring work, educational work, and work that requires fine motorics. Negative stereotypes. Women compared to men have less stamina, have less physical strength, have aversion to risk, and less capacity to STEM. As a result, society says that women should not claim government, work in hard and hazardous conditions, and not do labor that requires logic and concentration. And the third group of stereotypes, which can be positive or negative, but this means that women do not want more money, women want more flexibility in their labor, and women are more predisposed to execution rather than decision making. As a result, we have gender segregation on the labor market, both horizontal and vertical. Horizontal gender segregation is uneven distribution of women along vertical professions, and vertical uneven distribution in the hierarchies. Horizontal segregation can be professional and sectoral and intersectoral. Professional segregation is the tendency of employing men and women in specific professions. In Russia, for example, there are some male industries like agriculture, forestry, construction, transportation, and there are female industries like health, physical education, social work, education, culture, and arts. Some sectors are gender neutral, like industry, trade, catering, utilities, and academics and academia. And we are interested more in academia. One example to illustrate professional segregation. Recruiting portal Superjob.ru made this research. Respondents were asked who is better, men and women, in a specific type of activity. You can see in the screen. In most cases, the perception of who is better is more or less consistent with the current distribution on the labor market. 58% of respondents said that an accountant is a female profession, and we can see this distribution in the real labor market. Only 5% of accountants are men and 95% are women. You can look at the same situation in other professions, and you can see them in the screen. HR or secretary are female professions, and code developers and stockbroker traders are male professions. Let's look at professions inaccessible to women. 456 professions are officially inaccessible to women in Russia. You can see the sectors. And this is official. In accordance with the Labor Ministry order, starting from 2021, the list of these professions will go down to 98 from 456. So a woman will be able to be a truck driver, a sailor, a fisher person, and so on, starting from 2021. Russian Federation is not the only country which has a regulatory restriction on female labor. Let's look at China. There is no restriction for female labor in China, but in China there is a ban for women to study mining engineering, maritime professions, and explosive professions, and others. And women cannot work in mines underground. If you take Latin America, Argentinian situation is very close to Russian situation, so there is a specific list of men-only professions, like a train driver, a firefighter, and loader, and so on. Let's take France. Again, there is no list of banned men-only professions, but women cannot do any work connected to weightlifting more than 25% manually and 45% using devices, which just closes down some professions to women. Now let's look at some other important statistics. According to the Russian Statistics Agency, 54% of Russian population, 78.8 million people, are women. Only 60% of them are employed, I mean, of employable age. 46% of Russian men are 72% employed. And importantly, there is a pay gap between men and women, and it is 28%. According to hh.ru, you can see the figures in the screen. In many professions, this pay gap is very high. For example, consulting and top management, this is important. But there are other professions like legal professional, transportation, logistics, and so on. The pay gap there is minimal. And of course, university students just don't have any pay gap. Now let's look at the career disadvantage factors. There are different factors for men and women. In the hh.ru research, only 2% of men think that there is gender discrimination against female careers. 11% of women say that it is so, and we will come back to that. The question was, do you want your immediate boss to be a man or a woman? And most employees who work under a man do not want to work under a woman. The next question, do candidates need to answer a question on their marital status and their plans for children? 33% think that this question needs to be asked to men, and 66% think that this question needs to be asked to women. And now let's get back to my study. I wanted to update the results for previous similar studies. We had a sample of almost 100 respondents. These were undergraduates, alumni of 2018 and 2019. The question that we asked them, have you had to address gender stereotypes as you went into employment? 15% said yes, 85% said no. This looks quite good. And then if you ask which were those gender stereotypes, you could classify them into 3 types. General preference for men, pay gap, and questions, and family planning questions. And to put those answers in context, we need to understand what their life strategies are. And almost 1 in 4 think only about the career. About 40% have placed a priority on the career, but they also want a family. And almost 40% place the priority on the family, but also want a career. We are interested in the first 2 categories. We think that they should respond more aggressively to perceived gender stereotypes as they are employed. And this is why I was so surprised by this figure of 15%. Because, well, you could say that pretty few people have to confront gender stereotypes. But that figure looks good only until you look at how exactly female undergraduates seek jobs and are admitted. And these are the results of an interview. But before that, there is the selection of CVs. And if you look at recruiters, if they've been in the recruiting position for less than 5 years, they are less stereotyped. But if they work for more than 5 years, they intuitively select more men than women for the interview. So if you are a female undergraduate, if you file your CV, and if you've been selected, which is unlikely in the first place, 15% of you would have to address those gender stereotypes. Gender stereotypes that were formed in the past, I have not told you about the gender stereotypes because there are a lot of papers on the Soviet period and on the Soviet gender situation. So these gender stereotypes are still strong, and a sizable percentage of female undergraduates still have to address social stereotypes. Some of those social stereotypes are quite positive because the society supports them. Some of them are negative. And looking into the future, we need to say that gender stereotypes are long-lasting things. And I think that they are going to remain on the agenda for quite some time into the future. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
I have a question waiting for you, but first I'm going to move back across land and sea to England. And we're going to have a chat now with the 7th Master of Churchill College in Cambridge. She did her BA and her PhD in Cambridge in the sphere of physics. And she, for over 20 years now, has been a Fellow of the Royal Society. She is a dame. She is a professor, and I'm delighted to have her here with us today to really end off on a high. We started on a high, we kept on a high, and we're going to even go even higher still. A very warm welcome to Misis and to Moscow, Dame Athene Donald.
going to follow on very much from the talk that Georgina Santos gave, actually. Looking at some of the systemic problems, I think it's important to recognize that there are issues about bias at the individual level, but there are also a lot of systemic biases in the system which I think hold women back in the academic sector. So I will try to share my screen at this point. That is now visible, isn't it? So I think we need to look at the difference between the kind of microaggressions that a woman might experience when someone says, oh, you can't do that, the kind of comments Georgina mentioned about comments made about Ben Barres when he was Barbara Barres, for instance. And they can be absolutely devastating, and I think contribute to what was referred to earlier this morning about the leaky pipeline. The fact that you may not get mentoring, you may not get support, as well as actively having sort of nasty remarks made about you, will be very disadvantageous and absolutely play into this leaky pipeline. But I think as you move up the ladder, there are systemic biases that are inherent because of gender stereotypes, because of the way our societies work, that actually are just as damaging. And the more senior you are in a way, the more these effects add up. And I'd identify within the academic sector things like winning grants, your publications, whether your publications are cited, the allocation of tasks, the kind of pastoral care, again, that was mentioned earlier, letters of reference when you're applying for positions, and quite subjective views that creep in when people aren't really thinking about it. These problems are ubiquitous. I don't have data relating to Russia, but this data about how people fall out of the academic ladder relate to the European Research Council, so they're pan-Europe. And the graphs here are, first of all, for starter grants, which is within 5 years, I think, of PhD, consolidated grants up to 12 years, and advanced grants for people at a much higher level of seniority. And what you can see is there is a systematic fall-off. This is the leaky pipeline, that the women are no longer applying for grants and are almost certainly no longer in the system as you go up the ladder. And I think this is a real worry. As we heard much earlier on, women start out, but they often do not keep going or do not progress to the higher ranks. They are held back. So now this is some data looking, drilling down a bit more. This is UKRI data, so that's the main UK grant funder. So female investigators, principal investigators, have lower success rates. So they have success rates that are about 2% lower in the most recent data that we have. They tend to apply for and they win smaller awards, so that for female applicants, the typical award is 15% less than for men. And in fact, there were some even worse data shown for minority ethnics. Now, if you're given a piece of data like that, you have to try and interpret it. It's not sufficient to take it at face value. Are they applying for smaller grants? Or are they applying at a different stage in their career? Or what is the reason for these smaller grants? And the kinds of questions that I think are systemic questions are institutions providing less guidance and support for women compared with men, so that if they are not getting the mentoring that Sally Mapstone talked about, for instance, if no one's reading their draft applications to give them support, that will help hold them back. Do women feel less able to help? And I think women may feel that they have to go it alone, or they feel uncomfortable approaching a senior male saying, can we talk about this over a cup of coffee, kind of thing. But when it comes to the largest grants, about which there was some data released quite recently in the UK, the number of women applying for these was tiny, like about 5 over the last 5 years or something for really large grants. And the suspicion is that institutions themselves, say the University of Cambridge, is looking to the men to lead these large grants, not the women. So the women aren't even being unsuccessful, they're just never being allowed to lead these large grants. So that's one aspect of the kinds of things you need on your CV if you're going to progress in academia. Publishing papers is obviously another hugely important area. And here again, there was some recent data that I think was quite shocking. This came from the Royal Society of Chemistry, which publishes papers with authors all around the world, although it's a British publishing house. And the report, the link for the report is there. So if you look along this set of bubbles, as it were, 35.8% of authors were women. Of those, 23.8% were submitted by women. The number fell down again. The number of papers that were accepted by the editors and sent out for peer review. So they weren't even accepted for publication. They were just allowed to be refereed. That was slightly lower again. The number of papers that accepted following peer review was lower again. And nothing in that set of data actually says how long it takes, because there is anecdotal evidence that it takes longer for a women's paper to get through. They may have multiple revisions, for instance. And I think in a way, the worst figure of all is that final one, that when you look at the citations, only 18% of papers that had a corresponding author was a woman. So there is some incredibly deep bias that somehow says people writing another paper will not cite a paper if it had a female corresponding author. And I find that really bizarre, because if I'm reading a paper, I don't think, at least as far as I know, I don't think is a male or a female author. And yet apparently there is this really high fall off in citations. So citations, H indices, all these things are likely also not just the number of papers, but will also factor into decisions about publication. And then if you look at the comments that are made about lecturers, professors when they teach. So this is data from student ratings. On the left, it's actual data coming from Rate My Professor about a course. And you can see that the woman, so there were two authors, and the woman was much more received comments about her appearance, for instance, rather than about her personality or how good her lectures were, how entertaining her lectures were. But noticeably also, students were much more likely to refer to this woman as teacher rather than professor. They were downgrading her mentally. And then when it came to an online course, so this was a model system, an online course given allegedly by a man or a woman, it's even more striking that there was no real person behind this. But if they thought it was a man doing it, they were inclined to think more highly of them than if they thought it was a woman. When it came to the use of technology, again, the woman was thought to be less competent. But if you thought about the administration, the scores were exactly the same. But things to do with the instructor themselves and their competence, the man scored higher, even though there was no difference. So if you are thinking about applying, you've done your PhD, perhaps you've had a postdoc, you're applying for a job, and as you go up through the ladder, all these things will matter, all these things will come into play. When it comes to applying for a job, a promotion, whatever, you need letters of reference. And here again, there is a huge amount of evidence building up about how gendered letters of reference can be. Just like the Rate My Professor, the comments may be more about personality and looks almost, social skills, if you're describing a woman, than how brilliant they are. And the two quotes I have here are actual quotes that I saw when I was sitting on a promotion panel. So there was a woman who had a phenomenal output, got a huge amount of grant income, but she was still at a relatively early stage of her career, and this makes me uncomfortable about recommending her, despite the absolute evidence in front of this referee. And then there was a man who had actually not left the department where his PhD supervisor was. He was still mainly publishing papers with him, and yet he is given the benefit of the doubt in the way the woman is not. And the referee in this case, not the same referee, says it appears that about half of the papers by this man, he's the senior author and presumably the intellectual driving force behind the work. Now, you might say there was no evidence at all. So the man was given the benefit of the doubt, and I think that is another very common difference. The man is judged on potential and the woman on what she's done, and I've seen that in many situations. I may say, just for completeness, in this particular case, both these two people, both the man and the woman, were promoted, and I think rightly so. And then there's housework. There's academic housework, the kinds of things that are divided up between the staff, things like lecturing or pastoral care. But if you look at it, actually the women often ending up with more of this kind of housework. And this is a quote from a recent paper. All professors recognize this work needs to be done, but women are more likely than their male counterparts to identify the academic citizenship role, this idea of doing things in an office service to the community rather than for promotion. And this particularly seemed to be the case for women in STEM subjects. And then there's the literal housework, the kind of thing that again has become very visible during the pandemic. We heard about this also earlier, about the fact that women are having to do more of childcare typically than the men. And if you do data analysis on how much housework men and women do, female scientists do nearly twice as much housework as their male counterparts. So that a study at Stanford, it's quite an old study now, but I don't suppose it's changed that radically, showed that married women scientists were likely to do about 50% of the cooking in the house, whereas the men do just about 28%. So there's that difference, which again will impact on the ability of the woman to progress, but if you like, it is simply down to cultural issues rather than any individual pointing of fingers. Again, when it comes to the pandemic, this was some data looking at submissions from women. This was actually very early in the pandemic, but for certain journals, these are mainly medical ones, there was a very substantial fall off in the number of papers being submitted by women corresponding authors, and much less of a fall off for men. And so that kind of thing, if you suddenly have this gap in your CV because you've been doing the childcare or whatever during the pandemic, that will last for the rest of your career, that sort of gap in your career. So it seems to me that obviously there are the individual behavior, the unpleasant behavior, the sort of, not discrimination, because discrimination really doesn't happen in quite the explicit way it used to, but the slightly marking people down individually, that's one thing. But there are these systemic problems that cause all kinds of problems in a way that is harder to quantify, and universities, departments must do a much better job of looking at these. And I would say the whole of the academic environment has to be aware of it, because it's only by that awareness will we be able to eradicate it. And at every stage, the kind of unconscious bias that I'm talking about adds up, as it were. If you were disadvantaged at one stage because your paper from your PhD didn't get the citations it deserved, that effect will follow you during your career. The one thing I would say is that I do think there are some advantages in being a woman in a male-dominated field. I'm a physicist, and being a female physicist, it has meant that I tend to stand out. I'm maybe the only woman talking on a platform, maybe the only woman in a committee, and people remember you. And that can be a real advantage. Having that experience, so they want a woman, they will then remember you. And so I think there are advantages as long as you can control them, because if you're asked to sit on one committee and then another committee and then another committee, you may have no time to do anything else. But I would just caution that it isn't all bad news for women. Thank you.
Damathine, thank you very, very much for an absolutely engaging and wonderful presentation. I would say that being from Ireland, I'd say that, you know, men, we were taught to cook and clean before we could stand up. So, you know, when I see that, like, I feel for those guys at Stanford. Damathine, one small question from Svetlana Barmatova. She's from the Bryansk branch of the Russian Academy of National Economy and Public Administration. And it's something that kind of relates to this. It's that, is there an interconnection between, say, not just with jobs, but also in terms of the education routes being taken by the genders, that they will relate to one another. So, you know, if someone qualifies as an engineer, can they then switch over to something else, or vice versa? So what can you give us on that?
Well, I mean, the whole pipeline, the question of education is a different problem, if you like. There are many, many different strands of this. And again, as a physicist, or if you're a woman engineer, you are in a minority, but the problems start incredibly young. And I mean, one of the things I do quite a lot of blogging. And the last blog I wrote was about the choices that parents make when they're choosing toys for their kids, when they're, you know, born practically. There is this habit of giving the boys the things to build, the bricks, the Meccano, and the girls the more passive things. And so I think the problems in education start right at the beginning. And what I'm talking about here are for those women who survived, got through to the academic career path, and then what happens.
So I can take it then that parents are to blame.
Oh, no, not just parents, not just parents, society. Society,
I know, I'm joking. Listen, thank you so much for your time and for waiting with us today. I wish yourself and your family a very, very happy Christmas and a wonderful New Year.
Thank you very much, and to you.
Thank you. We're moving back now to Russia, down to the Chernozemlia, which is, of course, the Black Earth part of Russia. We're going to speak now with Dr. Zinara Mukhina, who is, well, she's a doctor of historical science. She is professor head of humanities at the Staroskol Technological Institute, which of course is part of Misis as well. She is an executive secretary of the Russian Association of Researchers in Women's History. And she's someone who has done a lot of work and looking into just what is there. And for example, if we know that there is a glass ceiling, we want to break through it, or we're just going to stand where we are. So, Dr. Zinara, очень приятно вас увидеть, и вам слово.
Well, I'm so happy to meet you and happy to give the floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the initiators and organizers of this forum. I'd like to thank other speakers for interesting and rich presentations and fruitful discussions. The problem is very relevant, not just for Russian society. Modern society is impossible without the understanding of female contribution to material and spiritual life and the role of women in society. You can look at the hierarchy on the one hand and compatibility on the other hand between men and women in society. Men are stronger physically, however, which means that men and women are not equal, but they have to have the equal rights. In professional society, nonetheless, the perception is that men are managers while women are executors. Female potential can play a role in public perception. However, gender-based stereotypes still persist, as one of the previous speakers said. These are gender stereotypes for men and women. You can see that men are perceived as decisive, aggressive, and logical, and so on. And women are not perceived like that. Therefore, society perceives men to be striving for leadership, responsibility, and so on, while women are perceived to be emotional, passive, and slow. A lot of people say that gender stereotypes are myths, but this is not so. Our research actually says that stereotypes are very, very real in modern society. Should we think that gender stereotypes are only based on preconceptions and they are not entirely rational? Of course, they are somewhat rational, but what is the contribution of nature and what is the contribution of society? We don't know. We don't look at exceptional cases. We look at typical cases which are part of everyday life. Let's look at higher education, which is important for every society. Academia and higher education are increasingly feminized. In higher education, women are 58%, men 42%. In university faculty, 57% are women and 43% are men. So you can see that higher education is mostly female, but women are more prevalent among assistants and lecturers. They work as junior engineers and technicians in applied research institutions, but not as managers. In 2016, there were 33% of female professors and 42% were deans. And compare that to figures in 2011, women on the left and men on the right. Among rectors, between 2011 and 2016, the proportion of women doubled. The higher the hierarchy, the fewer women there are. So feminization happens in the lower and middle layers of the hierarchy. Of course, power stereotypes are the stereotypes in which competition between men and women is the most active because these stereotypes are so sensitive. So whether we can wait, whether we should wait for radical changes in the coming years is an open question. There is a lot of research on gender inequality in management and governance. The data comes primarily from interviews and sociological surveys. These samples are then extrapolated into the entire female population. There are two issues with these studies. For example, there is a survey of 200 employees of the Magnitogorsk Metalworks factory and nearly 200 students of the Staria School Technical Institute. And there is a correlation of the responses. Of course, 80% of men say that men prevail in the society. But the most worrying thing is that half the women acknowledge male male intellectual domination. In this context, I'd like to quote Andrei Sharonov, president of the Skolkovo Business School. Men think that they are weaker from the point of view of professional competences, including because men think that they are stronger because women either silently or actively agree with this. In fact, men provoke women to acknowledge their inferiority complex. Another issue is that according to most male respondents, women cannot be top managers because they cannot balance their family with their life. I have a recollection. One of the governors of the region called me a feminist in one of the conference, and he asked me, if women govern everything, who will bear children? Over 60% of women say that their families are against them being top managers. They cannot get support, and only 13% of women actually say that their maternal duties are antithetic to being top managers. So we don't see 100% misperceptions. We can see established historical social constructs, which have translated already into self-perception by a woman. So people tend to think that, for example, women are more emotional than men. But there are also oppositions like presence of initiative and lack of initiative. Female management can be effective, that is without doubt. But whether this woman would need some extra gender qualities or female top management can be not as good as male management for every woman. We need to answer that question, and therefore we need to understand which qualities are important for answering this question in a gender-blind context. This is a very important question politically and economically. In current history, macro and micro history in the gender context and compatibility is an important issue. Today, micro history, looking at personal experiences and personal motives and personal sense, is becoming more important. The current historical science is looking for an integral, synthetic research model. Micro is not antithetic to macro. A synthetic model would allow us to conceptualize the life of an individual in a society, which will highlight some properties of society through the example of an individual. And if that individual is a socially important individual, this becomes even more visible. Structure is a complex of rules and procedures that are implemented in the process of their implementation, as we know, and this is very important. The global aspect is always part of the academic context and is represented through social surveys and interviews. Now we can understand why, what are the motives, what are the capacities, and what are the arguments behind decision making, and therefore we can tie specific capabilities to managerial performance. There are quite good positive examples. Like Olga Hasbulatova, a gender studies professor, was vice rector for science at Ivanovo University, and then migrated into regional government. And there are two other examples from this university. Olga Naumova and Elena Blagova. They were CEOs of large metallurgical factories in times of crisis. And of course, our university is a great example, Misis. Misis has always been one of the leading technical universities of the Soviet Union and Russia. But I think only under the leadership of Alevtina Chernikova, it really became on a par with the Lomonosov University, MIPT, Novosibirsk University, and other world-class universities. Alevtina is the only female rector in the 12 best universities in Russia. This phenomenon is very graphic. We have already proven that a woman can successfully manage a technological university teaching for professions that are perceived to be male. Alevtina has already has also talked about the publishing and academic activity of women in the university. But let's look at the professional status. 7 vice rectors, 7 of them are men. There are only 2 college directors out of 10 who are female. However, if you look at heads of departments, there are 7 women and 9 men. This correlates with the data in other Russian universities. Whether this is good or bad, we don't know. But these are the real facts. In conclusion, we have proven that women can be and should be good managers and leaders. We are on the right track. We need to understand this in a comprehensive way and prevent gender inequality from holding women and universities back. Thank you very much. It's great. I'm proud of working at Misis because I think we are moving in the right direction. I have a small question from YouTube from Oksana Lunova from the Volgograd State University of Arts.
Дискриминация по гендер. Это давно работаете в России или это новый?
Что касается...
Is the study of gender discrimination a new phenomenon in Russia? Well, I have not been in this for a long time. I actually started this research 3 years ago when Alevtina was offered moderatorship of the section of women managing mining industry during the World Mining Congress in Kazakhstan. She proposed this topic to me, And I started this. I'm going deeper into this. I think this is a very interesting and relevant topic academically and societally. I think that this will be useful for this university too. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. And I'd like to send kindest regards to the most beautiful place in the Black Earth region.
We want to thank all of our speakers and our viewers as well today. We've started a great journey together. The next step will be on January 19th, so check out our site. Of course, we'll be back here on February 18th when we're speaking about transnational education and joint degrees. So that'll be very, very interesting because I think a lot of good is going to come out of that for all of us. Thank you to the Department of Education and Culture of the British Embassy here in Russia for the support, and of course to the National University of Science and Technology, Misis, for hosting us here today. Being a terrific host, of course, and to my own team at the international office here at Misis, because for their work and support has been brilliant. Sitting up here talking all day, it's not easy under these hot lights, but I guess it's harder for you guys than for me. And of course, to the Academic Writing Centre of Misis for putting together an amazing program with terrific speakers. And I think that, I don't think, I know that the 2020-2021 UK-Russian University Alliance program of forums has begun in the very, very best way, especially before Christmas and New Year's. And to round off, of course, I'd like to thank the chief organizer of today's event. She's here on stage with me. She's going to say a few words. I've introduced my colleague and friend, the director of the Academic Writing Centre here in Misis, Elena Bazanova.
It's been an inspiring and thought-provoking event, and I do hope that all the topics that we've been discussing today will make a huge difference to the perception of the role of women in academia and science. The forum has demonstrated that gender equality is not a zero-sum game, but a win-win. The world belongs to everyone, and both men and women should have an equal share in all spheres of life, including career and finances, self-development, and human relations. And wrapping up this forum, I want to thank all the great speakers and all the viewers of the forum and all the organizers of this forum. And my special thanks go to the Department of Education and Culture of the British Embassy in Russia for initiating this series of online forums. Thank you all, and I wish you Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year.
Thank you, Elena. And we're not done just yet because of the work that you put in when we've been getting emails and messages all through the night. And we've had lots of sleepless nights. And these videos you put together were all you're doing. We want to give you a small little gift from your team.
Oh,
so
thank you.
If the
thank
audience,
you very
thank
much.
you,
Okay,
Rena.
I
If
do
the audience is here, they'd be
appreciate all the help.
clapping.
Yes, and I thank my team, those who made this possible, and for the videos, and for putting together this program and inviting all speakers. Yeah, and I need to just say that my special thanks go to Evgenia Lebedeva and Marina Fomina and Kristina Meshkova, and definitely I thank Alan Moore. Yeah, without his participation, his work and moderating the forum, probably it will be less interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Well, it's a team. We work together. And the most important thing, everyone who took part here today, whether they were on the stage here with me or you were sitting at home online, the people who sent in the questions, thank you so much. And of course, our technical team led by Olga, who just did a terrific job putting up with us, importantly. So thank you guys. And again, it remains just for me to say thank you so much, everyone, for taking time out of a very busy period leading up to Christmas and New Year's. So I want to wish you all a very happy Christmas and a very happy New Year, and see you back again on February 18th.